Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the Historical Clothing and Textiles in Northern and Eastern Europe Conference. I'm looking forward to another day of presentations. We have a slight schedule change this morning as Eva is unable to join us, but luckily Christina is able to join us, so she's going to take her slot today. As of yesterday, just a reminder that we're going to give you a 3-minute warning for the end of your time, and we'll let you know when you're out of time. So we'll have 5 minutes for questions after each presentation, and you can also write them in the chat on Zoom or on Facebook Live. I'm just checking that all 4 of our participants are here this morning. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so first up, we start with Cecilia Kandrius of Uppsala University in Sweden. She's going to speak to us today about the tools of trimming and button makers in 17th century Europe, as seen through archival sources. So Cecilia, the floor is yours.
So thank you. Let's see if I can share.
You can see it, but you just need to go in full screen. Perfect. You're good to
Yeah,
go.
I think so. Now I think I'm in. So I have a cold, but I hope I will get through this. Feeling a bit better today. I would additionally like to thank the organizer for this initiative. I think it's very interesting to meet people from other areas that I have not met before. So I'm going to talk a bit about guilds. And as many of you know, the instrumental function of early modern craft guilds was to protect and uphold working standards, market conditions, and social networks. But how was this protectionist policy articulated and upheld if two trades with a similar output engaged in the same market, such as in the competition between passementerie makers and button makers? To begin with, the terminology is complex. I have chosen to use the word passementerie maker to describe what in 17th century Swedish was called a snörmakare and in German schnürmacher, bortenmacher oder possamentirer. A better word might be ribbon maker or maker of narrow wares. The terminological complexity comes from the fact that both passementerie makers and button makers had a somewhat different range of product output than we might expect today, which is a fundamental aspect of the research questions I want to raise in today's talk. The paper investigates evidence regarding statements about the use of different tools and techniques being perceived as a basis for setting boundaries between artisanal professions in 17th century Europe. By consulting guild records, as well as publications such as Christoph Wiegel's Book of Trades, it appears the passementerie makers worked in a loom, while the button maker worked with handheld tools. To discuss whether and how these distinctions were applied in practice, the study will not only investigate written records and images, but also consider technical solutions and tool requirements in a small selection of extant objects. In a loom, the list covers fringes, cords, ribbons, used for high-end clothing, liturgical vestments, flags, horse equipment, livery, and decorative embellishment. Button maker. He makes the distinction of this being the concern of the silk button makers, which is an important thing as some button makers were making buttons purely out of hard materials such as metal and glass. The mentioned product output does, apart from buttons, also describe work performed by hand, such as decorative braiding for clothing, further tassels, fringes, ornaments for liturgical vestments, standards, bardisans, and also hanging ornaments called pandarollen, as well as tassels and cords for trumpets. It also mentions a number of tools and describes how a core of bone or wood is covered by decorative work that is primarily made by braiding using different numbers of threads or by working with a needle. On the image, one man is standing behind a table working with a needle using a wooden support. The man in the foreground is probably weaving on a table-mounted rigid heddle. By raising and lowering the handheld warp in the heddle, he is able to get a reed for a tabby binding. This technique works for weaving simple, narrow ribbons and fringes that do not require a steady warp tension, although only leaving one hand free for working the weft. At the back, a third man is operating a wheel used for twisting cords. Pictured are also a number of other tools and finished products. On the table are several sheets with buttons, and hanging on the wall cords, fringes and tassel ornaments. It's obvious that the button maker in this context had a broader repertoire than just buttons. The work with tassels and ornamental cords would today often be classified as passementerie. We will now turn to an actual case of conflict where the division between trades is articulated in a document drawn up in Stockholm in 1677. It relates to an argument concerning competition between the button makers and the passementerie makers. The document covers a specified list of products to be made by each guild. It shows that a similar type of output was sanctioned to be made by both trades, mentioning, for example, fringes, litskvard, panterollen, and tassels. The main distinction was in the application of different tools and techniques. Again, assigning the passment makers to the loom, producing goods which could be measured by the ell, while the button makers were only allowed to perform hand-based techniques, such as braiding, cording, plaiting, knotting, and sewing. One term which appears in 17th century Swedish documents is litskvard, probably referring to different kinds of narrow trimmings, which can be made either in a loom or by hand. According to the document dated 1677, both passementerie makers and button makers were allowed to make litskvard, and there is evidence in extant objects of such narrow trimmings being made in different techniques. So hence, based on such accounts, we would assume the ornamental braids and the buttons on this garment were made by different artisanal groups. However, looking into the guild minutes of mid-17th century Stockholm shows that working practices seldom were clear-cut. One of the principal customers was the royal court, and they held the privilege to assign court artisans working outside guild control, hence circumscribing the rules. Conflicts recorded in the mid-17th century give several examples of breach protocol. For example, in 1651, the passementerie maker Elias Reichenbach received a royal privilege which allowed him to also make metal thread, putting him in competition with the trade of metal thread makers. In 1654, Reichenbach and metal thread maker Andreas Knauer both worked on royal commissions for the upcoming coronation and wedding. Knauer delivered fringes, gold ribbons, and buttons, which was completely outside his domain, and complaints were of course made. However, the royal governor appeared in front of the guilds and underlined the urgency to complete the orders to get everything ready in time for the coronation. Reichenbach, on the other hand, was himself also accused of making buttons. He promised to stop, but wanted to keep a journeyman to fill the current royal orders. If you consider the level of competence and training in different fields, these examples of masterpieces made by passementerie makers in Stockholm during the second half of the 17th century show that the skill of the passementerie makers did cross some boundaries. As objects, they can be described as froggings, in Swedish litsa, which is a pair of braids with a button and a loop used for fastening on clothing. In this case, the main part is woven in a loom, but the inclusion of handwork buttons and loops showed that the passementerie makers also mastered some of the techniques used by the button makers. Distinguishing woven trimmings made in a loom is not difficult. However, mapping the repertoire of the early modern button maker is more challenging. As we have seen, written documents tell us that the button makers also made different types of decorative trimmings. But what kind of style would this entail if they were limited to work with non-woven products and only allowed to use handheld tools? Hence, I have spent some time browsing collections in order to view trimmings made by knotting, braiding, and sewing. This trimming can be described as a fringe and is completely hand knotted and then edged with small tassels, which are now heavily worn. The existing piece is more than 2 meters long, but was originally probably longer, suggesting this kind of handwork technique was also used for trimmings which could be measured by the L. This is another example of a completely handwork trimming, in this case sewn from twisted cord. The stitches are seen on the reverse. This piece has a repeat pattern and the extant length is more than 3 meters long. So the question I would like to pose at this stage is, how should we view these trimmings? Are they a genre in their own right, or are they an outcome shaped by restricted use of tools and techniques? Were the button makers forced to invent technical solutions to fit their range? These trimmings differ from the ones I have just shown. Even though the dominating feature is made by hand, the wide knotted or bundled section is quite predominant, but the edge is woven and the fringe is made up from the weft. In a rib tabby like the ones we have often seen on the edge of fringes can be woven with a rigid heddle, as seen in Wiegel's image of the button maker's workshop, although in order to maintain a steady warp tension and also manage the weft that's forming the fringe, a larger loom would have been the preferred tool. As the image on the right shows, in a special fringe loom, it is also possible to weave 2 sets of fringe simultaneously by then cutting the weave along the middle after it has been taken out of the loom. Hence, different solutions may have been chosen in order to navigate the market. To conclude, I would say that the triangulation of sources, as suggested by my colleague Jane yesterday, is not only vital for reconstruction purposes, it's also vital for understanding the context in which an object was manufactured and used. Hence, I'm not only interested in how an object was made, but also why. Like in this case, where technical genres may have been fostered by formal regulation. I don't yet know how long this division between the parchment makers and the button makers were practiced. In Sweden, the guilds were dissolved in 1845. But demand and product supply, shaped by changing fashion, probably led to changes long before then. In order to proceed with my research, I would be happy to receive comments and suggestions from you for further investigation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. It was a very interesting presentation, and it's very wonderful to have the uh, trimmings and accessory aspects, sorry, for our conference as well. So I'd like to open the floor up to questions, and I see there's some comments in the chat as well. So yeah, there's a comment from Jennifer saying that fringe loom is an amazing invention. But I would like to open the floor to anyone who has questions. I know it's very early, and well, for me, it's
Yeah.
early in the morning. For everyone else too. Yeah, Jane.
Even though I now live in Sweden and work with you, Cecilia, I'm not very well versed in some of the background to the guilds that you're mentioning. I don't know, other people might be interested too. How were the guild regulations disseminated? were they actually legislation or were they agreements among the trade workers that were enforced by the trade workers, or did they come from higher up?
Actually, we, from the point of 1669, I think, we had a general guild regulation governing all the guilds. So you had that kind of, would talk about the learning times and the behavior of the journeyman and things like that, and how you become a master. So that was made on a general level, that's kind of regulation. And of course, there were probably internal ideas as well. And I have seen collisions in that sense when the Swedish guild needed to comply with the German guilds in order to have the journeyman circulating, and for them to be accepted abroad, they had to keep with German customs, and they did sometimes collide with the Swedish regulations, and that caused problems.
Mm.
But otherwise, as the document from 1677 that I referred to, that was a special document drawn up to cope with a conflict. And what I think is interesting is that it totally agrees with the kind of ideas presented in Wiegel a few years later. So there must have been an understanding abroad about how to approach these kinds of things. And it's also, I didn't take that example, but there is also an example from Danzig in Poland from 1644, where they make complaints about a button maker in Stockholm, which is working together with the passementry makers, even though, and he says to himself, says to them that when approached by letter, that of course I don't have so much in common with them as I work by hand, but still he was the only button maker in Stockholm by that time.
Mm.
So he was allied with them, not to be alone.
Mm.
But they still in Danzig had objections to that. So it was an international field that they were navigating. It
Mm.
was not just local ideas.
And am I right in thinking that quite a lot of your insights come from disputes?
Mm.
Yeah,
Because that's where it becomes reality.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
so I think investigating disputes is a very good way of reaching what was practiced, what kind of ideas were governing the trades, and how did they view them and how did they handle them.
So we have to be thankful that people fell out with each other, which is a
Yeah,
bit sad, isn't
that's a very good outset for us today.
it? Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Yeva in the chat. Do you have many such artifacts surviving?
There are quite a lot of artifacts surviving, and I have just started working on this, so I have not come so far, but I showed you some masterpieces from the Swedish Guild, and there are a lot more later examples surviving, and I have been allowed to come to the museum and look at them, so we'll see what comes out of that.
Great. Any
I have a
last questions?
question. Yes, I have one.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, great.
Yeah.
So my question is, you were talking about button. Were these button made especially for clothing, or also for furniture? Or
Yes,
you
they were
don't,
also
there's,
made for ornaments on furniture and for
uh-huh.
trumpets and things like that, so not just for clothing.
And do you have material evidence for this, or it's in written sources?
At the moment, in written sources.
Uh-huh. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Any last questions? Thank you very much, Cecilia, for a very wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Christina Rabai. Christina is from the University of, Szeged in Hungary. She will be speaking us today about different textiles at the court of the Prince Sigismund Jagiellon through the evidence found in account books of the royal court, examining its social, historical context and origins. Christina, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Probably I will need some help with the technical issue. I have my presentation and it's open on the first page. So now what should I do? It's like,
So if you find on the bottom ribbon of Zoom, there's a green button that says share, and you can share your screen.
uh-huh. Okay, yeah, I got it. Share. Yeah, it's my screen. Yes. Oh yeah, I have options how to do it. Full
You
screen, you
should do the
said.
entire screen.
Entire screen. Okay, share. Does it work?
It's just
Yeah.
loading. Yeah. So if you can put it
Okay.
into, you can put it as it
I
is or into
try.
full screen.
Yeah, does it, just a minute. View slideshow. Is it
Perfect.
okay?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay,
you're good.
perfect. Sorry, I have a helper with me. I hope she won't screaming at this sort of thing. I told her not to do it. So
No worries.
can I start?
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you for your patience and letting me in for this day. And sorry for yesterday. So my presentation is about different textiles in the court of a Jagiellonian prince, who is Prince Sigismund Jagiellon. I would like to talk a little bit about the sources and also like the function of clothes, the fashion, and the expectations. Okay. So first of all, just a brief historical overview about the sources and about the time period I am talking. So the Jagiellonian dynasty, or the member of the Jagiellonian dynasty who I'm talking about is Jagiellon Sigismund. Can you also see it when I point to some part of the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I'm talking about Sigismund, who was the son of Casimir III and Elizabeth of Austria. Elizabeth of Austria was the granddaughter of the Holy Roman Emperor Sigismund Luxembourg. So she was also a very prominent historical person, such as Casimir, who was the Grand Duke of Lithuania and also the King of Poland. Their marriage were blessed with 13 children, and 6 of them was male, so potential heir of the throne. The oldest of them was Vladislaus, who became the Hungarian and Bohemian king. The second one was John Albert, or Jan Olbracht, who was the Polish king. After the death of his father in 1492, he ascended the throne. Alexander became the Grand Duke of Lithuania, and after the death of John Albert, he became the King of Poland as well. Frederick has ecclesiastical position, and Casimir died quite young, so only Sigismund remained as a member of the family without any political significance, or he had political significance, but no land to rule. So first of all, he ruled small territories in this huge Jagiellonian empire. One of them was the Duchy of Opava. This is what I emphasize because later on it will have some significance. Opava. Okay. So in that time, which I'm talking about, is the time period between 1500 and 1507. This is the period when Sigismund was a prince, ruled over Glugov, Opava, Silesia, and Lusatia or Lausitz. And the account books, which were registering his and his court's everyday expenses, were recorded and remained to us. These volumes, two main volumes, are preserved in the Central Archives of Historical Records in Warsaw. I put here the link, so if somebody is interested can also see the original. But if you don't want to read the original, it's not a problem because there are editions of these texts, fortunately. I also have here with me another edition which I didn't put there. So basically, these editions were made in the Czech Republic and in Hungary because we are those historians who are most who are interested the best, I think, in this written source. So the main account books of Sigismund, and also the auxiliary volume was edited in the last couple of years. It's partly my work and partly the work of my colleague in the Czech Republic, Petr Kozák, who is working in Opava Archive and University. Opava. Yes. So I am just the very beginning of my research concerning textiles and this type of material culture in the account books. I am dealing with these accounts since like 15 years, but it's so colorful and rich text that until now I didn't have time to focus on textile. But since the summertime, when I was in Olomouc and I heard the presentation of two colleagues from the University of Uppsala, like Cecilia, who just presented before me, I started to be interested in this textile part of the written source of the account, because it's just amazing what they made during their research. So I wanted to figure out whether I can do it with my account. And I was really surprised because, as I told you, I haven't focused on the textile part of the source, but it's full of with textiles. So first of all, I just want to give you a short overview, look inside, what sort of information I gathered from the accounts. And after, I would like to continue my research. It's not the topic of this 20 minutes. And I would like to put it into context, because fortunately we also have account books from the brothers of Sigismund. So we have an account book from Vladislaus, who was the Hungarian king, but it's only 1 year and it's very limited and made for a special occasion. So it's just the copy. We don't have the real original accounts from his time. We also have the accounts of Jan Olbracht, which is quite a huge corpus with the main account and also the auxiliary accounts. And we also have some samples from Alexander's accounts, and it's edited by Lithuanian historians and by Polish historians of earlier period as well. So it's a huge corpus, and I think it's worth it to compare these sources and see it in a textile point of view. Okay, on this picture, I just wanted to show you a picture of Sigismund. This book was made in, or edited, printed in 1506. And here you can see Sigismund kneeling. And this is like a nearly contemporary image of him from the period which I am talking about. Here you can see him in his clothes, representing the dynasty. We have plenty of information about his clothing, and also plenty of information about different ceremonies in connection with political relations, because he was negotiating as a member of the Jagiellonian family. He was quite mobile, so he traveled a lot across Europe, and he could make these negotiations in the name of his brothers during his journeys. So we have lots of mentioning of different parties, especially dinners with the leading members of the political elite of Europe in that time. And of course, we have plenty of information about how they prepare these dinners. Like, of course, it was a representation of the dynasty, so it should be perfect. We have plenty of information about, about the tablecloths, like how the tablecloths look, what sort of material they used to the tablecloths, how long it was when it was hanging on the table, whether it covered the whole table or just half of the table. These sort of very detailed things. So this is why I'm telling you that I just give a brief overview, just a glimpse, and I couldn't tell you it in details, but I put here some significant things, I hope. It's also, we know lots of about the bed linen, about the color of the bed linen, the material. Okay, sorry. Yes, about kitchen towels, about carpets, tapestries, curtains, and different items of home decor that they bought, especially for the prince and his household. So it's not only about his clothing, but about the members of his court. Okay, we also know how they stored these items in boxes, or they also had some hanging stuff where they could keep the clothes of the prince. We know about the cleaning of this stuff. So this court is a male court. So the members are mostly male because it's before the marriage of Sigismund. But there is a couple of female who is mentioned in the account. One of the most often mentioned person is the washing lady who is cleaning the clothes. They were also cleaning all the materials belonging to the food stuff, so the tablecloths and also the kitchen towels. And we know how much money they paid, where they did this washing and everything. There are plenty of information about purchasing these materials. We know about the merchants. They were in contact. Of course, it was a traveling court, as I told you, but they had these places where they went all the time. So they were in continuous contact with these merchants. And for example, in Buda, they had one merchant who provide the material for them, and in Krakow, another one, and so on and so on. Of course, because it's an account book, the prices are given, and it's very accurate, and also in connection with the measurement and how they measure these materials. Of course, they bought not only the different sort of textiles like silk from China or different part of Europe, but they also bought accessories like buttons, belt, etc. And they also paid for the reparation of these things. So if anything happened with them, then there was a person who could renew it. Okay. Sorry, it's just that I have sorry. So I can't really see the whole screen because I have some part of the Zoom on my screen. So this account book also gives plenty of information about the craftsmen who were preparing this material for the prince. I made a small comparison because I wanted to know how did it work in the royal court. So I was checking the account of Ladislaus, and I can tell you that in the royal court they had more craftsmen to be employed. But the prince court was much smaller one. So basically he had only the sartor, who is the tailor who made his clothes. And which is interesting, that he also made the job of an upholsterer. So not only clothes were made by him, but also if the furniture was covered with textile, then it was also the work of the tailor. We know about local entrepreneurs who could do this sort of job for the prince and his court. And there is also information about borrowed professional. As you know, it was quite popular in the medieval time period that if a king or somebody has a professional who was really great, like a medical professional, a physician or whatever, they could borrow it, and this person could travel to the other part of Europe and help in any medical issue. It's not only with these medical practitioners, but also I found craftsmen who were coming from the court of Ladislaus and helped temporarily in the court of the prince. The other thing is the traveling. As I told you, this court was a mobile court, so they were traveling during these several years nearly all the time, from Buda to Vilnius and back, and Krakow and other parts of the Jagiellonian Empire. And for these journeys, they also used lots of textiles. Of course, it's not the good quality textile, for covering their stuff and making it safe for the journey. Okay. Mm. Sorry. I'm sorry, I just lost my presentation, sorry. Yeah. Okay, could somebody read me the title because my Zoom headline is just there and I cannot
Yeah.
read it.
You're on
Thank
the
you.
slide that says temporary accommodation and wellness.
Yes, okay. So, of course, these pictures, unfortunately, are not from the account because there is no picture. Um, because they traveled a lot, and in many occasions they didn't have a proper accommodation. Like there was not a nobleman who could host the prince. Therefore, they used like local places in small villages, which was not really appropriate for the prince. But the court members, or especially those servants who were responsible for this, prepared the accommodation for the prince. Mostly they used tapestries. They hung the tapestry or the carpet on the wall and tried to make a comfortable atmosphere for the prince for a night. The other thing which is happening outside the court, so when they are not in the safe place, for example, in Buda, where the prince has a place of his own, or in Krakow, where he also has one, or in small duchies, but they were traveling. So they went out of the circle. They also visited baths, especially in Hungary, where we have lots of thermal spa. The prince regularly visited these thermal spas, and it's just an example how these textiles were used in these spas. We also know from the account that the spa for Sigismund was prepared with this. It's a sort of linen, was hanged with nail and separated the prince from the other part of the spa, so he was not disturbed by foreigners. Okay, and other very significant part of the account when some unfortunate thing happens, for example, death of a family member. This period between 1500 and 1506, three members of the family died. The first was Jan Olbracht, the other brother of Sigismund. After his mother Elizabeth also died, and his brother Alexander also died. And after the brother of Alexander, who was the Grand Duke of Lithuania and the King of Poland, Sigismund became his successor. So all of these events are recorded in the account book in a special way, because the whole court and also the prince dressed into black. So everything was changed into black. The bedclothes was changed into black. Also this clothes. So all over the prince you could see black. Also some. Also some not only the home decor, but also the things in connection with the animals, like for horse riding or for the carriages which were carrying the stuff, and the prince, they were changed into black. So everything was changed into black, basically. Concerning this death, I would like just mention very briefly the afterlife of textiles. So when the textile died, of course, in medieval time, they recycled everything. They also recycled textiles. And in this period, which is the end of the 15th, beginning of the 16th century, it's a very significant period concerning rag paper in this part of Europe, so in the territory of Silesia, which was under the rule of Sigismund, and also Czech Republic, Bohemian Kingdom and the Polish Kingdom, because this is the time when the first paper mills were established in this region. And we know about one privilege which was issued between 1501 and 1506 by Sigismund in Opava. And this was privilege for establishing a paper mill in Opava in this time period. But we have other paper mills in the territory of Silesia. You can see here a watermark from the town of Schwidnitz, where they started to produce paper at the very beginning of the 16th century. We have lots of mentioning of paper and buying paper in the accounts book of Sigismund. And we also know that he used the local paper in his accounts. I mean, I analyzed the paper of the accounts and I know that it's from the local paper, some part of them. So I just wanted to mention it. I
Christina,
don't
you
want
have
to
3
talk about.
minutes.
Yeah, okay. So basically, I am at the end. I just really wanted to show you how colorful this source and how many information we have in it. Of course, I know that I'm not able to analyze it all by myself. So I heavily depend on your publications and your expertise. So most probably I will contact with some of you and ask about these things because you know plenty of information about what sort of material they use, like Altanbas. Of course, I can identify many of them, but to have a full overview about this textile and fashion, I definitely will need your help. So thank you for your attention, and I hope you became interested in this source, and maybe you will check the edition or the original manuscript which is in Warsaw. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Christina, very much. That was really interesting. And as you say, I'm sure many people here would be happy to talk to you about it. The nice thing about textile researches is we love to share our information. Do you mind stopping sharing your screen? It should
No.
say at the top of your screen.
Uh-huh.
Stop share.
Yeah, it's red. Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I have a question on the Facebook Live for you about your book. Alona wants to know if the court account book of Sigismund is translated in English or in Lithuanian or maybe any other language. Which language is it published in?
It's in Latin. So this is the original language. A transcription of the text. But be aware because, for example, Sigismund account contains a lot of Polish word and Polish phrase. Usually, the Latin term is also given, so it gives the Latin and after the Polish. But sometimes the scribe didn't know how is it in Latin and used the mother tongue, which is Polish. And of course, some Czech words as well, because some member of the court was from Moravia or Bohemia or whatever, very few in Hungarian as well. So it's a bit of mixture, but quite understandable. And yeah, in my edition, there is also a sort of help to a dictionary. So you can check it in a 16th century Polish dictionary, and there is the explanation in Latin. So if you know Latin, it's great. If not, it's not as great, but it's a very basic text. So it's easy to understand. I think even if you are not perfect in Latin, not an expert, you can still translate it very short sentences and very understandable. So I think it couldn't be a problem.
Great, thank you. There's a few messages in the chat for you. Yeva says, Christina, thank you for joining us today for a very interesting presentation. You mentioned that there's a lot of information about regular cleaning of clothes in household textiles. Do they mention how frequently they wash clothes? And
Yes,
how? Are there any
yeah.
clothes that are never washed?
Well, I haven't checked in so details whether there is anything what they haven't washed, but the thing is that Prince Sigismund was a very clean person in comparison of other people in this time who we know about. So he also had regular baths, like weekly or more often. If he could, he went to this spa, but if he was traveling or somewhere else, even they prepared bath at home for him. So there was different ways. And it's again, there is a Polish term for the washing lady who is prachka. So this prachka was paid weekly. So definitely she was doing this cleaning at least weekly, probably more often because it's a quite big household. So there were many court members and it's a growing court. As his political power is growing, more noblemen is coming and staying with Sigismund and need more servants and so on. So it's continuously growing and of course the number of the washing ladies is also growing. But definitely we have expenses, weekly expenses for these washing things. And in concerning the kitchen and these tablecloths and towel clothes and cleaning the facilities, regular mentioning like after every dinner or sort of gatherings, they had these expenses for cleaning the stuff. So I think they were quite clean. And not only this, but also the whole household, like cleaning the floor, they use different equipments and they changed it regularly. So we have lots of mentioning of these, how they transfer the water and clean the floor with this, what sort of things they use for it. So yeah, it was very regular in his case.
Thank you. Cecilia, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Well, I have several questions, but I'm trying to be short. Thank you, Christina. It was really interesting to hear about another court, and it would be really, really interesting to compare different courts. So we should have a seminar sometime just talking about people or with people from working on different courts in Europe, I think. But I have a question. The kind of documents you're talking about, is it just account books and inventories, or are there even other documents in this source?
Well, I am only working with these account books. So because it's such a huge corpus, I didn't have time to look around what else they have concerning this. Now, because I was preparing for this presentation, I was trying to find some contemporary picture, like try to identify the different type of clothes. But well, I was not really successful to find them. So it's very hard, I think, from this period and this region where we live, where lots of war ended this material culture. Yeah.
The other thing I am interested in is also what period this is actually covering. Is it a certain period in his life, or is it his complete lifetime?
The two accounts which I was talking about, it's from 1500 till 1507. So it's just a couple of years before he was crowned to the King of Poland. So it's his princely years. But what I want to do, analyzing it in a context of his brother's accounts. So basically, it's the period between 1492 and but the thing is, this 1506 is a good ending point. But we have accounts from later period as well. I was also checking them. So after his coronation, but the thing is that the accounts were changed dramatically. So in his princely years, it's a very detailed description. And after he became the king, like short notes. And for me, in this period of my research, I need more information.
Yes.
Like write in detail, like where you put these clothes and what you use and for what reason, and it's written in here. But later on, it's just mentioned that they bought something and that's it. And I saw this also in the accounts of his brother Jan Olbracht. So these accounts, however, from 1492 till he's dead in 1501, but it's just very, very short, brief notes. Like they bought something and that's it, but where they bought it, for what reason, and nothing. So I think it's in connection with this thing. If you are a prince, you have time. And yeah, and if you are a king, you don't have. So just brief notes.
It sounds as if you're really starting in the right order because, as you're saying, you need to understand the contexts. After already know how things are working, it's easier to approach the other documents, and you will probably understand them as well when you have the context and how things are worked. So I'm looking forward to talking more to you at another occasion.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you
you
very
so much.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, and thank you for all the commenters. We're out of time now, but there's several comments for you to read in the chat, Christina, saying thanks for
Okay,
your
thank you so
presentation.
much. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So next up, we have Yeva Pigosne from the University of Latvia, also one of the conference hosts, and she has done an amazing job behind the scenes organizing this great event today. Thank you. Today, she will be providing a comparative discussion how the clothing of the lower classes as evidenced by material, visual, and written records. Yeva, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you see my presentation?
I can, but it's not on full screen yet.
Because it is on my computer. This is not a good thing. Well, I had these problems yesterday as well. What about now?
It's still just, we can see your PowerPoint with the sidebar still, but it works. We can see your
Okay,
slides,
yeah.
so we'll just go
I
like
am
that.
sorry, you will have to survive with that. Yeah.
No worries.
Okay. And is it moving forward?
Not right now. You're still on the title slide.
Oh my goodness. All right. I will have to do it manually
Now,
then.
now you moved it. Yep. Yeah, you'll have to click on the slides.
Yeah, okay. Sorry for this, yeah. I will put this as small as possible. Okay, I would like to start with that the time frame of my research within my current project is from the 1770s to 1870s. There are roughly the last 100 years of wearing traditional dress, and I would say that traditional clothing and this time is primarily handmade, and it reflects not only the characteristics of the period, but also specific traits of the ethnic group who is wearing it. In this presentation, the focus is on the territory of modern-day Latvia. My focus of research is on the clothing of the lower classes, mainly peasants, servants, and domestic workers, petty traders, and craftspeople. My research is based on material sources, mostly from the 19th century, stored in the museums in Latvia, as well as written and visual records spanning the entire period in focus. In this presentation, I'm mainly going to show examples of visual sources. Since traditional clothing disappeared in Riga as early as the 1840s and has not survived physically, I have based my studies on the lower class dress of Rigans almost entirely on drawing and written accounts created by contemporaries. The idea for this paper came to me while examining photographs from other European countries, which sometimes depict very similar traditional clothing within specific communities. In contrast, most Latvian traditional clothing displays greater variety within the same community, both in main garments and accessories, especially in women's attire. First, I would like to present visual sources from rural areas because before comparing them to the situation in Riga, which was an international metropolis at the time. Here are two examples of visual sources depicting groups of people from rural areas in the last quarter of the 18th century, as illustrated by Johann Christoph Brotza. His drawings were almost always accompanied by annotations describing the depicted individuals, providing valuable contextual information, often missing from other visual sources. I have selected only drawings that portray small or large groups, not individuals, from the same community, allowing us to observe both the similarities and variations in traditional dress within a single community. As we can see, while there are common elements in dress, accessories, and decorative details exhibit accessories and decorative details exhibit significant variety. Most sources indicate that women's headgear was one of the most distinctively varied aspects of attire. Additionally, embroidered ornamentation on garments often differed. I say often rather than always because only a limited number of garments have been preserved in museum collections. However, among those that have survived, no two pieces appear to be entirely identical, even when representing the same community. Here we see two groups of people from different locations in the north central part of Latvia. Their outer clothing, such as skirts, trousers, coats, and shawls, is quite similar, though some variations in color can be observed. At the same time, there is a notable diversity in headgear styles within each of these communities. On the right, two drawings document people from the same community in northeastern Latvia. This region was one where traditional clothing was worn longer than in most other parts of the country, and while there are differences in attire, certain elements appear more uniform, such as young girls' crowns and women's shawls. These are drawings from the same community in mid-southeastern Latvia, dating back a little more than 200 years. The variety of clothing is quite remarkable, especially in the winter coats, the colors of the striped skirts, and the men's hats. However, certain elements of attire are quite similar, not only within this community, but also across much of the country. Traditional Latvian footwear falls into three main categories: bast shoes, one-piece leather shoes, which are the oldest and were worn longer by the poor, and black leather shoes and boots, which first appeared in towns in the 18th century and gradually spread to rural areas throughout the 19th century. As the 19th century progresses, increasingly large territories spanning several hundred kilometers show only slight variations in local dress. Some communities exhibit almost as much clothing diversity within their own parish as they do compared to a parish 100 or more kilometers away. This image provides an example of three women wearing rather similar clothing. Of course, there are differences. For instance, only the girl from northern Latvia wears a headband similar to Swedish headbands. However, such headbands were worn in at least 3 districts, not just in 1 or 2 parishes. This picture shows people wearing multiple chronological layers of traditional clothing. Some individuals have already abandoned traditional attire or certain elements of it, while others continue to wear older styles. These different approaches to dress coexist within the same community. To me, this image reflects a tendency towards fashion innovation, rather than strict adherence to rules about what should or should not be worn. Finally, I'm going to show 3 of some of the earliest photographs of larger groups of people where it is possible to observe the similarities and differences of their clothing. Closer analysis of this photograph from 1866 shows that within the Latvian community, no 2 sets of clothing are completely identical, but there are more similarities in men's clothing than in women's clothing. We can notice some fashion novelties. Women can be seen wearing both striped and checkered skirts, opting to tie or not to tie an apron, drape a white woolen shawl around their shoulders, a printed fabric scarf, or both. Each woman wears a headscarf with a different print. On the other hand, for example, the appearance of everybody's shirts and men's boots seem very similar. This is a picture from the same area, but of a different community. It depicts a group of Russian Old Believers, a minority who lived in separate villages and followed a distinct set of strict rules and rituals. Their clothing shares some similarities with that of the much larger Latvian community living nearby, particularly in the cut of men's coats and hats, as well as in the boots. However, it also features specific garments, such as women's skirts. While I previously mentioned that larger territories often show only slight differences in local dress, some areas in Western Latvia contain small communities with highly distinctive clothing. The most specific traditional attire was worn in the southwestern part of Latvia, where people within the same community also exhibited the greatest uniformity in dress. The colored photograph on the left represents this part of southwestern Latvia, where clothing was largely similar, with only slight variations in embroidered or woven ornamentation. People from these parishes continued wearing traditional clothing longer than in any other parts of Latvia. During the 20th century, there were at least 6 attempts to outline a map of differences in traditional dress. Each of them was different. I think that the reason for that is the smooth changes in dress across the parishes and even districts. There were only a few quite specific areas with relatively distinct boundaries between traditional dress of the neighboring communities. As to the rural Latvia, we can conclude that some regions exhibit smaller, more specific areas of homogeneity in traditional dress, while others display broader areas where clothing transitions more fluidly from parish to parish. In these larger regions, even greater variability in clothing becomes evident during the later part of the period under focus. Some of the areas where traditional dress was worn for a longer time exhibit greater conservatism and distinct traits. They often, but not always, show a particular similarity in dress. Now we turn to our international metropolis. Visual evidence of traditional clothing in Riga suggests that lower-class individuals of different ethnicities wore several types of attire that were more or less similar. On the left, we see 2 servants, one German and one Latvian. The main distinction between them is their headgear and shoes, while the rest of their clothing is either identical or very similar. On the right, there are 3 sellers whose clothing is also quite similar. However, while 2 of them are Latvian milk sellers, the third is a German pretzel seller. This is the only instance where even the headgear, scarves tied around the women's heads, appears alike. The 3 women on the left wear identical or very similar striped spencers and dark green skirts, but their headgear varies considerably, reflecting distinct ethnic characteristics. And now I have lost a page. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Sorry.
No worries. We have lots of time.
Okay, I will have to continue without the text. Oh my goodness, that was the most important one. I'm so sorry. Organizing this conference has its side effects. Okay, so we can see that these 3 maids and the maid, German maid, Russian lemon seller, and Latvian nanny, they wear very similar spencers. At the same time, we can see that the Latvian salmon seller and German youth wear quite similar jackets, which are decorated with black woolen pieces and pieces of wool. And this is also the only surviving garment that we have in the museums from that period, and that is a woman's spencer, and it's similarly decorated. So we can see that these are attires which contain more fashionable clothing, but at the same time, they also show greater difference as the more fashionable clothing is, the greater the difference is. So we can conclude that the clothing of Riga's lower classes reveals that what can be categorized as traditional dress often shows similarities across several ethnic groups within the same social class. Latvian and German lower class individuals display the most similarities in their clothing, with differences often limited to footwear or headgear. Russians sometimes align with these groups or wear distinct garments, while Jewish communities tend to exhibit more specific styles of dress. Notably, Latvian and German-speaking Protestants of the same class show the greatest similarity in dress, which sets them apart from Rigans belonging to the Jewish or Russian Orthodox communities. In conclusion, traditional clothing in Riga during the last quarter of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century illustrates that social class and religion played a more significant role than ethnicity in shaping how people dressed. This also applies to so-called traditional dress, which we might assume reflects ethnic traits, but as we can see, that's not always the case. So observing all this, I was really tempted to apply some concepts of the sociology of religion to the research of the context of traditional clothing. Roy Wallis introduced the world-rejecting, world-accommodating, and world-affirming typology of religious movements, which helps categorize groups based on their level of openness and their relationship to the external world. So if we apply similar division to communities, we can notice with which communities are more open and which are more closed. Similarities or variations of traditional clothing within a community can indicate how strict the internal unwritten rules are, and thus how open the community is to the external world, innovations, and fashion novelties. Brian Wilson classified religious sects based on their relationship to society. For example, he pointed out that they can be conversionist, introversionist, revolutionary, or other types. If we apply such criteria to a community's attitude towards the rest of society, people outside the community or the group, we can observe that some communities are more interested in processes and innovations, including modern clothing, while others focus more on their traditions and are less inclined to adopt novelties from outside the group. So the main things I would like to say for the conclusion is that traditional clothing seems to embody and reflect much of a community's worldview. From a cultural anthropology perspective, it can be compared to other important, yet less visible characteristics of a community, such as religious beliefs, moral standards, strict traditions, or relatively liberal attitudes. Studying similarities or variations of traditional dress within the communities, we can come closer to understanding these people in regard to their level of openness, adherence to rituals, acceptance of change, and engagement with other communities. Traditional clothing can serve as a visible indicator of whether a community is more insular or more open to outsiders, newcomers, change, and innovation. Observing the spread of innovations and variety of clothing can help us identify where fashion changes first emerged and were adopted most rapidly. When combined with data from other areas such as agriculture, transportation, and education, these insights can lead to a deeper understanding of people's lives at a particular place and time, present interactions with towns, and possibly even patterns of trade and information exchange. The lack of strict homogeneity in traditional dress across most of Latvia may suggest an openness to novelties. And this is when I'm talking about the Latvian community, not, as you saw, so much about the other ethnic communities. Not surprisingly, the lower classes in much of Latvia were among the first in the Russian Empire to abandon traditional clothing in the 19th century in favor of urban fashion, yes, in the second half of the 19th century. This may indicate that their inclination was not only toward innovation in fashion, but also in other areas of life, at least in comparison to the people from neighboring regions. And that is it. I'm stopping share.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Eva. It's very interesting. And as Jane says in the comments, you had some great images. She asks, do they suggest that any of these garments for the torso were knitted?
No, for the first part, most of the drawings that come from Johann Christoph Brotz's collection, as I mentioned, they have these annotations, but none of them talks about the technique of clothing. So of making the clothing. So they only talk about ethnic groups, about situations, about some very specific garments or ornaments, but not about the technical part.
Okay, so we have another comment in the chat, and then we'll go to the raised hands. Connie asks, I wonder if you found stocking caps for men in the male headgear. I remember a meeting in the archive of the National Museum 2 years ago. So if there are any stocking caps.
Well, no, I haven't so far. I haven't so far. But Jane showed this red hat yesterday. I have found one such fully preserved hat at the Museum of Riga History and Navigation. The red one, yeah.
Okay, we'll go to Eva first.
Hi, I'm really interesting presentation, and I'm so envious of all these drawings because I'm currently researching rural costume in Sweden, and there are so few drawings of things. So I'm just, oh, this is not fair. The question I think about, because Swedish research suggests that novelties in dress were first adopted by, thinking in Swedish, servants. So the people who owned the farms tended to wear the traditional clothing longer, but the servants who had access to ready money, because they were paid in money or they were paid in materials for clothing, they were more likely to wear the newfangled fashions. Do you see the same kind of social division in your material?
Well, thank you, and I envy you about your big collections at the museums. I can also envy you about the social structure of the society because the Latvian situation is that the higher strata of the society is not Latvian. So they are always either German or Russian or Polish, but they are not Latvian. And they mostly adhere to all the novelties that come from Germany, directly from Germany. And there they spread through the rest of the territory via the German manor houses in the rural areas. So this does not work in the same way, but it's a good hint to think about when I'm looking at the people from the Latvian community, so that we can see, for example, distinctions between peasants and the working class, the early working class, yeah.
That is true, because you don't have we have this strong peasantry who own their own farms and who are represented in the parliament. You don't have that class. I forgot about that.
No.
I'm working with written sources mostly. So what I'm looking at are probate inventories. Did they have probate inventories in rural Latvia in the 18th and early 19th century? You know, when somebody dies, you make a list of what they own.
Yes, but they are usually made in German, and they are stored in the archives. So that's not my my skill and not my research so much. What has been translated, I have used, But otherwise, we are very much basing our research on the interviews made 100 years ago, when people in the rural areas were interviewed on a very wide scale about 70 or more topics about their rural life. So they told about their experience and the experience of their parents and grandparents. So that is a very huge material, and that is in Latvian. We can use it easily.
I'm not going to tape up all the time. I might get back in touch with you because I'm really excited. And I also have a friend who's a PhD student who's doing very southeast of Sweden, which is really, really close to Latvia geographically. So I'll get back to you.
Yes.
Thank
Great.
you. Next up, we have Tina.
Yes. Hello. Thank you, Yeva. It was so fascinating research. I'm a PhD student in Estonia, and I'm currently researching the beginning of the striped skirt trend. So I'm very much looking into the process sketches myself as well, as there are some striped skirts there depicted. But I wanted to ask, have you published your research? Because I would love to kind of like go through it word by word.
Well, thank you. And you have done a lot of good research as well. But well, I publish all my research, but of course, I'm trying to present new ideas for every conference. So this particular thing is not published, but a lot of things are published, and I have all my articles from the last 10 years online, so it's possible to find them.
Thank you.
Great. Dosha, you have a question too?
Yes, yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I enjoyed it a lot. I have actually two questions. One is about these drawings by Brotze, because my first thought was, of course, how reliable are they? Was he a kind of outsider, a traveler from Germany or somewhere, or did he live in Latvia and made these drawings throughout his life? So he did travel through the country and made these drawings on site, or did he use other sources as well?
Well, he is a fantastic personality. He is born in Germany, but he came to Latvia and settled here in Riga. He lived here for 46 years. And he was like a fanatic of documenting everything. So he didn't try to how to say, fantasize. He was really trying to document everything. He also redraw many of existing drawings and all kinds of things. There are 10 volumes of his work. And he was like, he's a true real value that we have. And I would say that they are quite trustworthy, except for maybe he has made some mistakes, but that were unintentional. So otherwise, yes, it's a very, very good source.
Well, that's great. And I have another question. Absolutely. Another one. You said that social class and religion played more role than ethnicity. And I wonder, do you have these religious and ethnic groups in that day Latvia coincide, or are they sometimes divided? For example, Latvians could be Catholic and Lutherans, because in Germany there are one place sometimes, and there live Protestants and Catholics, and they have very different clothes. Could that be in Latvia too? Or I don't know, maybe Poles and Catholics, they have different clothing, and Latvians as Lutherans have another one. And in that case, religious and ethnic borders are more or less coinciding.
Do you mean today?
Not today, of course, in the 19th century.
In the 19th century.
Yes.
Well, the eastern part of Latvia was Catholic due to the previous belonging to the Polish state. So the rest of Latvia was Lutheran because of the ruling German class being Lutheran. But the other ethnic and religious communities lived not like in separate places, but in separate villages or separate districts of the city, for example. That could be the case. But at the same time, I would say that it's been quite mixed. They have been seeing each other and dealing with each other all the time, except for that some of them had stricter rules apparently within their families and communities, and some of them didn't. And it seems to me that the Latvian community was quite, well, of course, it was patriarchal, it was conservative, and so on, but in comparison to the others, it was quite liberal.
But could that be that Latvians living in one small town or in one village were both Lutheran Latvians and Catholic Latvians, or it's an impossible situation?
It was possible because we have not had so much religious friction in Latvian history since the introduction of Protestantism. So from the 16th century, and since then we haven't really had very many problems.
And in that case, the clothing would differ, or it would be the same?
That's a very good thing to think about. Well, I have started to apply this angle towards traditional clothing only now, so I will see whether some more ideas and observations come up.
Because we have here in Kassel, near Göttingen, a very good exhibition of local clothing, and it's very clear, even in what is exhibited in the museum, that the small village can have two kinds of clothing for Protestants and for Catholics, and their ethnicity is the same. And it's a very interesting situation. I thought that maybe in Latvia it is also the same, but
well, the Latvian situation is that in most part of the Latvia, all the villages and towns were mainly German.
Okay.
So Latvians lived in the countryside, and they only traveled to the village for going to the church, to the market, and so on.
Yes, you mean they lived on the farms around
Yes,
it. Okay,
yes,
okay, I get it. Thank you. I'm not taking your time anymore. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
So we've run out of time, unfortunately. Tina, maybe your question you can send in the chat. There's also a comment for you, Yeva, on the chat from Jane, and there's a question on Facebook. If you don't mind hopping onto Facebook after your presentation and answering the question from Madara. But thank you very much for the great presentation and the good conversation. So now we're gonna close the morning with our final speaker, with Aneta Carlsone, also of the University of Latvia, and our other local conference host. Aneta, we also want to thank you for your work hosting this conference. So today she'll be speaking to us about textile dyes and their availability for Latvian peasants in the mid-19th century, as seen through merchants' advertisements. Aneta, the floor is yours. Yeah, we're full screen and good to go.
Could you see my presentation? Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Oh, dear participant of the conference, I also would like to say I am very pleased with yesterday, and I would like to thank our entire team, but most of all Eva, for her idea to organize this conference and for all that she has done. Thank you, Eva. But now about my today's topic. Colors and dyes used to obtain them are significant textile and clothing history part. And this history differed in different parts of society. And there is an opinion that peasants used mainly local plants for dyeing, at least until the first artificial textile dyes aniline, came into the local market. The aim of my research was to find out whether and to what extent Latvian peasants also used other dyes. My presentation today will be about commercially significant dyes and their offer to Latvians. Okay. My research is based on written sources, publications in the mid-19th century press. I used a particular part of the publications, advertisements of the dye merchants, published in the Latvian press issues. The period from 1857 to 1877 begins with the first advertisement in Latvian for opening a shop where dyes were offered. I took the period for 20 years because it is enough to make some conclusions, but it's not all period, of course. It also covers the time when the first artificial aniline dyes were offered, and I found advertisements about dyes in 4 newspapers. It is Mājas Viesis, Latviešu avīzes, Pēterburgas avīzes, and in some cases in Baltijas vēstnesis. And this text has a very rich information, not only about time and place where dyes were offered, target audience, dyes and dyeing related products, but also about dyeing technologies, about ways of disseminating knowledge, gender roles, etc. And at first, I was interested in the target audience. This allows us to judge what part of society consumes the goods offered in the advertisements. And we can state very clearly that the target audience was Latvians, of course, because advertisements were published in Latvian. In the first yes, and I would like to explain, as Eva mentioned, that in this time there were not only Latvians, there were Latvians lived in countryside, and citizens were most German or other nationalities. And the first newspapers was in German, not in Latvian. But location on Merchant's Place was explained by describing the road entering Riga from outside, from the land. It means that consumers of these goods were from outside, not the main citizens. And and dye stuff sellers indicated in their advertisements that the goods they offered were useful and needed by the people of the land. That means that this was Latvians who not in everyday life were in Riga or other towns. But this descriptions was more about this place who were located in Riga. And there are pictures, and I very really love this picture. This we can also see what these newspaper readers look like. This drawing, the vignette of the newspaper Mājas Viesis from 1864, when it was used the first time, shows us people dressed quite traditionally, maybe except this man in the center, in the back. But we can also see the modernity of this time. Steam engines, for example, railway and steamship. And I think it's, I really like this picture because it is a valuable source in clothing history, depicting a time before photography became widespread. And now about these advertisements. There you can see a dynamic of count of number of publications. I count this all advertisements where dyes were mentioned every year. And this reddish color is the first time publishing, and blue is repeated advertisements. And we can see very sharp peak in 1863-64, when there were a lot of information about different shops and drugstores and pharmacies where dyes were possible to buy. And the rule was that when such places were opened, then were published advertisements and repeated several times for few next weeks or few months, and then it stopped. And we actually don't know it's continued to work or no, but sometimes I found some repeated advertisements, and so I can know that this merchant continued to work. But there were some few big merchants who quite regularly published advertisements about their shop. And we can see very sharp fall in 1860, 70. I don't know why, but we can remember that it is picture about marketing. This is not full real picture about all place where dyes were it was possible to buy dyes. Maybe there was some changing in this newspaper. I don't know why, but this is topic for future research. But what is interesting that this reddish color we can mention every year, all this time of 20 years. It means that every year, at least once, as in 1871, for example, or 73, there were at least one merchant who opened new shop where dyes were offered. It means that it was a process, long-standing process, and in this time, 106 dye traders announced about their about opening new shop or store or pharmacy, and 52 were in Riga, 10 in Jelgava, who were the biggest city or biggest town in Kurzeme government, or Kurlyanskaya gubernia in Russian Empire in this time. And 44, which is almost half of the all, was in small towns and in countryside. That was process not only this place where dyes were possible to buy, that was not concentrate only in Riga. But these descriptions about this place and this road, how you can find this place, was so vivid and so descriptive that I would like to put this on map to see this situation. This is the first place, and then continues in different but not far away. This was main street in Riga. This Kalju street, there is close together this place. But they were also in other side of Daugava. And this is situation in the first 3 years. There were not only one place, there were many places. And in 1861, they were opened this red dot in the center of the Riga. This was the biggest seller or merchant of dye producer, maybe, because he created by himself cochineal paste, special color for beautiful red. I don't know how was recipe in this color, but this was very popular in this time. And in the end of the year, he made self-made dye for beautifully green and gray. This question is, was this the first aniline dyes or something else? I don't know, because aniline dyes, the first is mentioned in the next year, in 62, the first in Jelgava, not in Riga. And then here in these two places in Riga. But there was another places where dyes were possible to buy. And this violet dot here inside, this was office of factory. Factory was located in another side of Daugava, where aniline dyes were produced. I'm not really sure about it, but this advertisement look very believed that this was produced also in Riga in 1863, only 7 years after discovery this color, or 8 years after discovery aniline dyes in Europe. This was very significant. And there were, in this time of 20 years, there were a lot of places where dyes were possible to buy. And when I put this place on map, it means that they were located very close to each other, and there were a very high level of competition between these traders. And it means that price level was not very high, because maybe they can to win in this competition with a little other supply of these dyes. But in these advertisements, these dyes are very similar in all of them. And now, how was situation? Oh, this is all. How? Maybe I go one back. This is situation in Riga, and how was situation in Latvia. This is map from this time, and the first place outside Riga 1 year later than in Riga, in 1858, was here near Daugava. The next was in the middle of Vidzeme in Vecpiebalga, and then was in Dobele, and then in Jelgava. And I just put these all things, all dots where these shops were opened, and this was really a different place in Latvia. And it means that dyes were possible to buy almost everywhere. And we can remember that it is map of marketing. It's not a full picture about all place. And in Latvia, as in other part of not only in our territory nowadays, Latvia and Lithuania and Estonia nowadays, was traveler Jewish tradesmen who bring different goods almost in every household. So. And what was the content of these advertisements? There are lists of different natural dyestuffs. They are mostly, or all of them are colonial goods. And natural dyes were mentioned with dyestuff names, not with color names. But I put these colors because I know about maybe not all, but I can know what color could be obtained from this dyestuff. But from natural dyes, from one dyestuff, is possible to get several colors. And little comments about these names. So indigo is indigo, it's understandable. Fernambuk, it is logwood. Brazil wood, in advertisements are mentioned 3 colors: Brazil wood, red Brazil wood, yellow Brazil wood, and brown Brazil wood. What's mean Persico, I don't know yet. Gorkumei. Gorkumei is a very interesting name, because Gorkumei is Latvian version of Swedish or Danish name for turmeric, for kurkum. And tar dye or dye color, I don't know. is it its name for dye or for color black? Then cochineal, which was very popular, and cochineal paste. Here you can see in 1864, it's very, very popular in this time, and 63 as well. And in the beginning, in 1857, there were 4 advertisements about navy blue. I don't know what is navy blue, maybe Prussian blue, but I don't know. And there is full picture about all these colors, and that's interesting. Then, yes, I would like to explain that color names and dye stuff names are mentioned only in part from all advertisements. Very often there are mentioned only dyes, or in that time Latvian name Perve, from German Farbe. Or about aniline dyes, there are mentioned just aniline dyes, or these new fashionable dyes, or something like. But in quite many occasions, they are mentioned also colors, what you can give from aniline dyes. And then there are a lot of different colors, not only violet or red, as I think before. And there are this fall in 70 years, but it's continued, and natural dyes was sold together with new chemical dyes. And here is this different colors, what was possible to get from aniline. And there are not only, as I said, not only red, violet, or pink, there are also brown, green, blue, which is not indigo blue, black and green and gray, and quite a small portion is yellow. And when I put this, because in this previous slide I put together all reds and all violet and all brown, because in this advertisement there are mentioned a lot of different names for this color, or these names for shades, because in one advertisement sometimes are in one time mentioned 3 reds. For example, you can with this new aniline dyes, you can dye red, beautiful red, and rose red, or maybe violet red and violet blue, or bluish red and reddish blue. It means that there were different shades of colors. And for brown was different shades. Maybe Havana brown and coffee brown was the same color, but I'm not sure about, but there were several names. But green was just green, yellow was just yellow, black and gray was just black and gray, but blue was mentioned in 2 shades, dark blue and light blue. And sometimes also was mentioned indigo as another dye stuff. And so, to conclude, my conclusions in my research is, in the mid-19th century, Latvian peasants had access to both natural and artificial, commercially important dyes. Most of these were colonial dyes used in another part of Europe. It was common in Europe. The Latvian peasant was an important customer of dye merchants, as the number of dye shops increased rapidly in 1863 and 64, and in another years as well. And if Latvians don't buy these dyes, this shop was so many. It's 2 sides of the one process. A dye for obtaining red dye was produced in Riga, cochineal paste, which became popular and was widely used. And it is interesting topic for future research, what actually was this cochineal paste, because Adolf Wetterich or Wilhelm Wetterich who produced this color. It was business secret for him to this cochineal paste or cochineal salve as was written in this time. And aniline, the first artificial textile dye, was first offered to Latvian buyers in May 1862 and produced in Riga in 1863 as well. And in time 1862 to 1869, the offer of various shades of aniline dyes increased rapidly, and there were very, very many shades and really very rich palette of color and color shades. But the most various dyes were for obtaining red color, both cochineal and aniline dyes. And among commercially important dyes, both natural and artificial dye for yellow color was very little represented. And it is possible that local plants continued to be used for its production. And the last, the content and dynamics of dye advertisements show that starting in the 1860s, the range of textile dyes available in the market could significantly influence the appearance of peasant clothing. Thank you for your attention, and I can answer your questions if such is.
Thank you very much. We have time for a few questions. We're a little bit over time, but we'll go for another 4 minutes maybe. If you don't mind stopping sharing your screen, but I think Lise has a question for you first.
Hi, Annette.
Hi.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's amazing for me, as you can guess. So I have first a comment, maybe to give an idea what could be the Neublau and the cochineal paste. And my research suggests that these are semi-synthetic dyes. So Neublau, in German Neublau, indigo carmine, indigo dissolved in sulfuric acid, and cochineal base could be ammoniacal cochineal, so cochineal boiled with ammonia. But yes, but one thing that I've seen in Estonian newspaper advertisements and also don't know is the tar black. So do you have any idea what the tar black could be? Because I see it's
Not
also
yet.
quite early before the synthetic dyes.
Yeah, I am not yet found what is tar black.
So we should look at it together.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. It is very valuable.
Thank you for the presentation, really amazing.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I can comment that probably you can find the answer in the folkloric material because tar is used as one of the descriptions of very black. Maybe that helps.
Yes, because I think about this, but there is question, is it name of color or name of dye? It's not clear, and from this ethnographical description, it is not clear what is what.
There's a question from Brooke Perkins on Facebook Live. She says, very interesting subject. I would be interested to know what your next priority will be to investigate with this dye research. So what's next for this?
I would like to continue my research with going deeper in written sources as well as to compare with chemical analysis of historical textiles. And maybe, but in Latvia, we only just start this process, and it is very, very beginning. And but maybe this chemical, I believe that this chemical analysis could give more understanding about this, how this works.
Great, thank you. I think we need to go to a break now, But we'll meet again.
I have a question. Sorry.
Yeah.
About Annette Carlson presentation. For dyeing in blue, did they use only indigo from the colonies, or are there references to local woad? Maybe you.
Thank you for your question. In written sources, there are mentioned only indigo from different colonies, from Bengal, with different names. There are not only one sort of indigo. There are many indigo.
Mm-hmm.
But woad is not mentioned in these advertisements. Woad is not mentioned in ethnographical materials, but we in Latvian we have name of color woad blue, male zilais. But when I read this, when I read this description, how it is possible to get old time woad blue. In the first, you start with collecting urine, then you bought from Jewish tradesmen indigo, and then put together, and then you can get old time woad blue. It's mixed together. In this woad was cultivated in previous centuries, because we have in folklore we have mentioned woad gardens. But I have not found any description from more new time about woad.
Right, thank you. It it will be useful for my colleague. She dying in natural coloring, and then maybe she will be. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Annette, for your very interesting presentation. We'll meet again in about 8 minutes. Yeah, so enjoy the break. See you soon.
Thank you.
Now it's 12 o'clock. Hello, my name is Rina Rammo, and I'm very pleased to welcome you in this to this second session today. And the next 4 presenters will speak about changing times and challenges of traditional crafts, mainly in the 19th and 20th century. And the first speaker is Una Valtere from Art Academy of Latvia. And she will talk about very exciting topic, how technological innovations affected traditional crafts. And the title of this, her presentation is Materials in Beadwork Belts, Historical Development and Technological Innovation. Una, I hope you are ready.
Yes, I will try to share my screen.
Yes, we can see a presentation, and now it should, yes, perfect.
Thank you, and you hear me well?
Yes, yes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. It is an honor to join you today and engage in this important exchange of ideas, and thank you for the opportunity to learn from all of you. My presentation explores how the introduction of industrially produced materials like fine glass beads and standardized design patterns changed traditional needlework, especially focusing on how these materials transformed needlepoint techniques and aesthetics. Beadwork men's belts incorporate local craft traditions as well as fashion influences of the era and industrial progress, showing how traditions and innovations merged with changes in society and various external influences. This artifact-based study examines belts adorned with tiny glass beads, as well as those worked in needlepoint with fine wool. A men's clothing accessory that was popular in the second half of the 19th century and the early 20th century in Latvia, and its neighboring countries, Lithuania and Estonia territory. Initially, they were a functional and decorative element of elite dress, but with social and economic changes, belts gradually also became a part of peasant clothing. Material evidence of belts has entered the collections of museums in the Baltic states acquired during ethnographic expeditions carried out in different periods, as well as from donations and gifts contributed by private individuals. Based on archival records, museum collections, and periodicals, the research examines how industrial advancements democratized access to materials and techniques that were once exclusive to elites, leading to the widespread use of these belts across different social groups. The central thesis of my today's presentation is that material plays an active role in guiding the creator, whether a craftsman or embroiderer, by influencing a choice of technique and the development of ornamentation. Rather than being a passive medium, the material itself has inherent qualities that shape the creative process, leading to unique visual and structural results. This argument is supported by theories of several scholars and practitioners who have explored the significance of material in creative process. Just to name some, American historian and curator Glenn Adamson, in his Thinking Through Craft, emphasizes the role of material and technique as fundamental components of creative practice. He asserts that craft, often relegated to a secondary status in art discourse, deserves recognition for its material intelligence and engagement with tactile knowledge. For Adamson, material is not just a vessel for artistic expression, but an active agent that contributes to the conceptual depth of a work. American sociologist Richard Sennett, in Craftsman, explores the subject from a sociological perspective, analyzing how mastery over material shapes human interaction with the world. He argues that working with material is a way of thinking, a form of knowledge that emerges through making. Sennett sees craftsmanship as a practice of engagement where the maker forms a dialogue with the material. And British anthropologist Tim Ingold extends this theory in Making Anthropology, Archaeology, Art and Architecture, proposing that materials are not passive elements but active participants in the creative process. Materials have their own agency. They are not only used but also influence the final outcome. The artisan and the material engage in a dialogue rather than a hierarchical relationship. And taken together, these theories illustrate that material is far more than a mere substrate for artistic expression. It is an active force that shapes creative possibilities, influences interpretation, and connects the maker to broader cultural and historical narratives. By acknowledging the significance of material, artists and theorists alike reaffirm its essential role in creative process. And returning to the belts, the on-site study of belt artifacts provide insight into the materials used in technological nuances applied. The rise of Berlin woolwork began around 1804 in Berlin, Germany, adapting traditional needlework techniques to new possibilities offered by industrially produced materials. The chemical dyed, as we heard in previous presentation, of wool in nuanced shades combined with easily reliable embroidery pattern sheets provided to be a commercially successful combination, leading to a wave of popularity across Europe and America, reaching its apogee between 1830 and 1880. And as Annette said, these nuanced colors of reds and greens and etc., they were crucial in this period, as these nuances played a crucial role in designs, and the many colors, the more nuances, the more nuanced design were So on industrially woven, easy to count canvas, dense needlework was done with covering stitches, making it ideal for decorating textiles and accessories. Designs were reproduced via lithography, initially in black and white with symbols representing colors. Color pattern books were a luxury, so before industrial color printing, artists hand-printed designs on printed grids using tempera and watercolor. Berlin embroidery patterns were sold as individual sheets to stay affordable and accessible. They had fine grid on tinted paper with bold lines, making 10 to 10 sections to easy use. Printed media adapted to readers' interests and needs also. And sometimes the printed material ended up in the belt lining as well. Each belt is individually handcrafted, involving one or more artisans. The process includes a designer, an embroiderer, a leather craftsman, and sometimes a jeweler for silver clasps. These belts were made both independently and in organized workshops. Their varying sizes and personalized initials or dates suggest that they were custom made for specific wearers. The leatherwork quality indicates skilled craftsmanship, likely by the saddler with proper materials and tools, while machine-sewn, the fine buckles reassemble harness fittings. The hidden adjustable strap may have been inspired by saddle construction, common in the 19th century when horse transport dominated. The unique silver clasps were lightly crafted by goldsmiths. The main material in beadwork belts, which is focus of my presentation today, is small. So these belts are embellished with small round glass beads. Glass is an extraordinary decorative material. Beadwork in clothing is closely linked to the historical history of glass making. To understand how beaded items like belts were made in the 19th century, let's look at the materials used before then. So it started with glass paste beads. Glass paste beads were made by mixing finely ground glass with a binder to form a moldable paste. This paste was shaped into beads, often by pressing into molds or ruling by hand. Then a hole was pierced with a special needle. Once shaped, the beads were dried and fired on a kiln to solidify them. Latvian historian and archaeologist Andris Caune documented evidence of glass production in 13th and 14th century Riga, founding during 1973 excavations on Drūkšņu Street. These findings indicated the presence of glass workshop with defective products, tools, wastes, and raw materials. Each handcrafted bead is unique, relatively large, and time-consuming to make. Such beads are found in 13th and 14th century Latvian archaeological textiles. Due to their weight, beads decorate only specific parts of garments in simple geometric patterns, and the color palette also is quite limited. The next phase is drawn glass bead making. Venetians revolutionized bead making around 1490 by reinventing the drawn glass bead method. This technique involves pulling molten glass into thin strands, which are then cut into beads. These beads, known as trade beads or also called the slave beads, were widely traded and are found in archaeological sites worldwide. Venetians also developed tiny micro beads, less than 1 millimeter in diameter. But their production stopped in early 20th century. Northern Bohemia, now Czechia, had been a glass production center since the 13th century also. During the 19th century industrial revolution, machines enabled mass production and pressed glass beads. By the late 19th century, Bohemia was the leading supplier of glass beads in Europe, and most probably Baltic region as well. Despite their small size, glass beads are relatively heavy, which limits their use in extensive embroidery. To illustrate this, let's examine a few examples for comparison. And cultural historian and kind host of this conference, Ieva Pīgozne, recently published an article analyzing a unique dark blue tunic with bead embellishments from Gudzāta parish in Latgale. Tunic is dated to a period between late 18th and the first half of 19th century. Even though some of the beads have worn off, it still weighed 1 kilo, 155 grams, as Ieva measured. The many beads add significantly to the weight, and the tunic embroidery consists of a simple linear geometric pattern composition. This study inspired me to pay more attention to the weight of the beadwork belts and to add an extra row, maybe in my research database Excel table, for future measurements. The other example I would like to share with you is a masterpiece, beadwork men hunting belt from collection of the Lithuanian History Museum, which is the most detailed and compositionally rich example of beadwork in the Baltics. The beaded part of the belt is 155 centimeters long and 6.5 centimeters wide. It features 70 rows of beads, with almost 10 beads fitting into 1 centimeter. That corresponds to bead size 17. I don't know how many of you are familiar with bead sizing, but in bead sizing, the larger the number, the smaller the bead. And by calculating the known quantities, we can arrive approximately at 108,500 beads used in this belt by size 17, which is less than 1 millimeter in diameter. Can you imagine? So this quantity of beads by today's measurements approximately weighs 152 grams only. Plus the weight of the belts, leather base, lining, and brass buckle must be added, but it will be another max 200 grams. So there's no way that they are, and really they are light. They have weight, but they are not like half kilogram or kilogram on weight. So today, artisans can easily perform all necessary calculations and create pictorial embroidery patterns using various digital tools, and which significantly simplifies the work. These digital tools allows us to create composition, to count the number of beads necessary by each color, and even change materials by producers. So the hand-painted drawing designs evolved significantly through these ages. And there are some charts of bead sellers where we can see these bead sides according to the weight And traditionally, the most common check bead size is, the smallest size is 15, which is 1.4, 1.5 millimeters in diameter.
3 minutes left.
Yes. Nowadays, embroiderers also favor Japanese seed beads for their high quality and precision. The Toho and Miyuki glass beads companies were established only after Second World War. When using Japanese bead charts, the weight per kilograms are even more smaller. If we see that Czech is yes, they're like more than half lighter than Czech beads. And that's why nowadays beaded belts that slightly differ from the 19th century belts. And to conclude, chronological analysis of bead materials and handcrafted techniques highlights the correlations between material, technique, and ornament development. The paper reveals the dynamic relationship between technological innovation and cultural heritage, underscoring the importance of preserving these artifacts as makers of a tradition, as markers of traditional era where tradition and modernity converge in textile artistry. The Baltic region in 19th century in terms of needlework techniques was not isolated from European trends. The impact of industrialization on beadwork was significant, especially in the production of the fine materials that expand creative possibilities. As beads became finer and colors more nuanced, ornamentation evolved from geometric patterns to flowing, realistic nature motifs and rich compositions. Delicate beadwork items exemplified the aesthetics and industrial achievements of their time. However, nowadays the beads smaller than 1 millimeter are no longer produced, due to production optimization and low demand. Nowadays, creation of beadwork belts reproduction is carried out by few embroiderers, as the immense labor investment no longer justifies the financial return. The use of materials from different generations for reconstructions significantly affects the visual aesthetics of the beadwork. So, thank you very much. And I will be happy to answer questions if there are some.
And thank you for the interesting presentation. And now I'm trying to find the comments from the chat, but there are so many conversations going on that I need some time. Ruth Pass says that, thank you. Have you perhaps noticed the condition of the light blue beads, if they have been damaged more compared to the other colors?
So it's in chat?
Yeah, this is in chat. Do I repeat it?
Yes, I think I know what question is about. It's these beads, these belts are usually worked in light, like turquoise blue color, but only the beadwork beads. The interesting fact is that woolwork beads mostly are with the black base, the star color base, and not blue at all.
Okay. Maybe
the question was about the condition of the light blue beads.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
How they have been researched.
I don't know the intention of this question, but really there are many these beaded belts where light blue pearls beads are massively used, they are sometimes quite heavily damaged. Yes, especially they are in a base, so sometimes only the ornament stays, and the base is almost just canvas. It could be interesting from Ruth to hear more about this question. What raises this question to her? Maybe there are some observations also.
Yes, maybe you can also have a conversation via chat, because now I would like to give word to Jane. Jane, do you have a question?
I do, but if there's anybody else waiting, I've said lots of things.
No, I think
Okay.
you you are the only one. Maybe not a lot of things, but at least you can ask some good questions.
I wanted to comment, Una, on your early slide where you talked about the usefulness of literature that talks about the agency of materials. I think that's a really important part of reintegrating craft expertise into our understanding of dress and textiles. I didn't have a chance to really talk about that in my presentation in much detail, so I was really happy to see that you included that. And I think it's a very useful line of inquiry. I was wondering if you could maybe just say a little bit more about that, the detail of how the technological development of the beads. I'm just wondering if you can characterize its actual effect on the maker, from a point of view of, I know you're speculating if you do, but you presumably have done some beadwork. Do you get a sense of how that agency actually has impact on the maker?
Yes, thank you. Your presentation inspired me even more. Like it gave me my argument the power, really. As from art historians' point of view, we have to more look at the aesthetics of industrial age. But as a practitioner and as a bead worker, I really feel this agency of the material, and I really believe that material drives the creator, and there are no technique or ornament developed without understanding the material and the abilities of material. And as material abilities evolve, there are more abilities for different ornaments to arise. That was my point. And because also another strong argument is this tradition, that there are traditional ornaments and then are modern ornaments. But as we see, the modern ornaments arises in their time, when the material comes. When the right material comes, the ornaments flourishes. And the smaller material is, because this needlepoint embroidery, it's very connected to the size of material. The smaller is material, the smaller is bead. With thread is easy. We can take one thread or two threads together and we can needle paint. We are more free to needle paint. With beads, there are limitations. There are limitations in size. We can't color them. I didn't cover this colored wool part because Annette covered it, but it's also used in these belts. So all kind of modern materials were used in these belts. Aniline dyes for wool and the tiniest possible beads for the beadwork in these belts.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm wondering to what extent the agency of the material having an impact on the maker in response to those things you've described is an emotional response, or is it a tactile response that comes unbidden to your hands? You know, I know we can't really answer this question because we can't question the original makers, but because you have a practitioner's perspective, I'm just wondering what does your intuition tell you about how that impact occurs? Is it a rational thought process that makes it happen, or is it some kind of creative imperative that comes from your interaction through your fingers and the material?
I think both, and of course the ornament itself also encourages to choose the right materials, because one ornament is more complex and it will need like one kind of materials, and the simpler one another. But when we see this involving materials, the quality of materials, it affects also an outcome. So I think it comes from the maker, but also from the market, what is available in materials, and creators are open for new materials to try to incorporate in their work.
I don't want to interrupt you, but actually we are running out of time. You can maybe answer the messages in the chat, but a very, very quick question from Cecilia. You are raising, yeah. Do you have a quick?
Shall I take it in the chat instead?
Yes, if it's not.
Yeah, I'll do so.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And we will move on. Now we move to northern Greece, and our next speaker is Eleftheria Rikopoulou from Athens, National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, and her presentation is about silk and silk production. Who is the worker? Silkworms or women workers? The contribution of women's labor in Sufli in silk production, representations in Silk Museum. And floor is yours, and I can see your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Please tell me if you can see the full screen.
No, we cannot see the full screen yet, but maybe you can. Yeah, it's in Greece, you know.
You cannot see it?
We can see, but we don't see the full screen. We can see only the small or just ordinary PowerPoint look.
Let me
Maybe
check
you,
again,
you
because
can try. Maybe you can try this button on the bottom line. There are full screen. This
on the right. I think if you are looking for screen.
Next to 86%.
Please give me a second. Sorry. Why cannot find it? I'll make a share screen again from the beginning, and if it doesn't work,
It helps if you do share whole entire screen instead of specific screen.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mika.
so we cannot find a full screen. It's not an option for a reason.
It should be the one that's highlighted in blue right away, but it's coming up.
Again, we see only your PowerPoint program, but maybe you can just start with this one.
Okay, I'll start. Okay. And maybe I'll try like that. Okay, sorry for that. And I would really thank you for being here and accepting my presentation. I would like to focus it on the issue of women's labor of the women silk workers of Soufli, a village and trade market in northeastern Greece from the late 19th century until the early 20th century. And this is based on my master thesis on the topic of curation and documentation of collections in the light of women's labor in the rural world, the case of Silk Museum in Soufli. The purpose of this research is to highlight how the industrialization of the means of production in this period led women from a domestic to the factory work environment in which they were called upon to face new challenges, in which sericulture and silk production became an integral part of women's lives and work. A small parallel hint will be given to the way the issue is approached by the Silk Museum, which was founded in 1980-19, and a revival of its permanent exhibition took place in 2009. So can you see now if the slide is changed? Okay. For this research, different fields have to be studied and linked together. It's presenting different challenges. Of course, I carried out a bibliographical review, and here it must be noted that Stelios Papadopoulos' team undertook the creation of the first permanent exhibition of the Silk Museum, and this is the main source which collects older archival material. As he mentioned, this research was particularly different and particularly difficult because of lack of sufficient local sources, and the archives of the largest silk factory of Turkey have been destroyed. I also carried out in situ field research in Soufli and at the Divre factory, and semi-structured interviews were conducted with workers. The one of them you can see here participates in the audiovisual mean of the Silk Museum. Another problem regarding oral tradition is that the older it is, the fewer people live to share their experience. So past interviews of other workers were taken into consideration. Finally, an on-site research was carried out in Silk Museum in terms of how the museum approaches the issue with its exhibitions and activities, and for defining the missiological criteria. I compared this exhibition with the previous one of Papadopoulos' group. I carried out structured interviews with members of the curatorial team of 2009, and I visited exhibitions and museums abroad and in Greece, approaching similar issues, and communicated with the museum personnel. I'll start with some historical information. As the industrialization of the textile industry begins in England, known as the golden age of the factory, when the factory girls emerged as the new working class, transcending the gender mores and social roles of the time, causing the first major crisis in the patriarchal system. The silk industrial age introduced at the end of the first decade of the 19th century. During the last decades of the 19th century, Soufli was part of the Ottoman Empire, and Lyon and later Milan were the center of the silk economy monde. In 1820, the disease of silkworms, the pebrine, breaks out and destroys the sericulture production in France, and by 16, it has also affected the sericulture of Greece and Ottoman Empire. In 70, the Pasteur method begins to reorganize the world sericulture, and after the period, Soufli is one of the most important sericulture centers, and the first industries were established. Finally, the availability of suitable means and transport networks like the railway station, the durability of mulberry trees in the constant floods of the region, the location next to the river, as it was normal for silk factories, and low prices in the market led to flourishing of sericulture and then silk industry in Soufli. In 1903, the first factory is constructed and another one in 9 by the Syriano Fratelli house. Balkan Wars and First World War led to sericulture crisis until 1920, when the Divre brothers bought Fratelli's factory, which is the biggest one. During the years 13 to 22, the incorporation of the sericulture regions of Macedonia and Thrace and the arrival of refugees because of the Minor Asia catastrophe inaugurates the golden age of Greek sericulture. With the Treaty of Lausanne, Soufli now belongs to Greece, which lost a great amount of Thrace territory, and sericulture is the main source of income for the inhabitants. This also coincides with the international decline of silk and the replacing of natural silk by the artificial one, which had already appeared by 1889. The title raises the question of who is considered a worker, as we often refer to silkworms as the original workers with whom the sericulture begins. At the domestic level, which is the one that the Silk Museum mainly approaches, the term sericulture refers precisely to the breeding of silkworms and the mulberry trees cultivation, and represents the agricultural part of production. Every family cultivated cocoon grains, and tasks were distributed because of the gender and age. A worker informed us that because of the harsh winter, men workers couldn't work outside in the fields. So women worked all year round, and for that they had an income and they could support their family. The conversion of cocoon into yarn and then into fabric and the silk production is a silk production. And before industrialization, silk making in Sufi was predominantly a female domestic affair, reducing the other parts of the nuclear or extended family to mere helpers. In the first type of processing, the pre-weaving stages, no skilled personnel required. In the industry, there is a clear division of skills. Women carried out the reeling process, spinning and weaving, and men the dyeing tasks, which until then were carried out by the women, who as keepers of secrets were handed over to their daughters. Weaving was seen as a specialization of men who were in charge of official garments, while the same work carried out by women did not acquire this character, so they were limited to weaving garments for everyday use. At the industry level, which represents only the silk processing, women were released from domestic work and absorbed into local industry. This path from domestic sericulture to silk production and then to industrial silk production is also followed by the museum. The workforce was mainly up of 470 women and girls aged between 11 to 16 years old, working as patozia, which means assistants. There were also 3 foremen, 3 craftsmen, and 30 workers. And they worked for 10 hours on weekdays and 8 hours on Saturdays. And of course, wages for women workers were lower. The daily wage was 18 to 35 drachmas for women, while 40 to 50 for men. The women workers who lived in nearby villages slept in the factory, unable to return to their homes. And women's work in the silk factories in the region strengthened the family ties of dependence on factory owner traders, who found in them permanent and stable suppliers of raw materials, the cocoons. The testimony of a factory owner in Soufli proves the overwhelming majority of women in the workforce as those who brought the cocoons produced by the family to his factory. The mistreatment of the women workers occurred through the use of mainly verbal violence, as realized by the museum's audio material and interviews. And in the place where the reeling processors were working, the temperature reached out to 19 degrees Celsius, and in Patozia 100 to 110. They put the hands into cold water so they could dip them then in the boiling water. Some of them revealed that I spent a week scalding my hands where it says boiling water, and my hands were twisted. The moisture from the steam was so great that the face and upper part of the body caught slime. To disinfect razor wounds, the first used their urine and then water and hydrochloric acid. The hands were permanently wrinkled as if they had come out of laundry. Many of the former workers developed hearing problems because of the noise from the machinery. And of course, because of the unhealthy work and poor living conditions, a lot of girls died from tuberculosis. Although the family income was enhanced by girls' job, it was mostly meant for dowry. Silks were part of everyday life and the most valuable elements of the dowry, which was prepared by the girls themselves. Workers, after they're married, they abandon their job. As a result of these conditions, the Silk Workers' Union is founded in 1930, and 33, a strike of 108 workers breaks out, demanding an increase in wages and the implementation of an 8-hour shift without result. In 36, women workers and men sericulture workers paralyzed Soufli, again succeeding partially since the met access dictatorship. Workers inform us that after 36, when the strikes took place, women were injured both in terms of health and pension, healthcare and pensions. Before, as I said, you will sit at home and you eat what God gave you. As for the impact on girls' education, this was more intense before the introduction of the 8-hour day, when girls didn't have the time to go to school and they slept inside the factory. Women workers were not targeted so much for their labor struggles per se as for their political beliefs, and those who joined the unions as punishment were deprived of a week's wages and not allowed to work. During the Second World War, the factory was closed because divre were reduced and women lost their jobs. And after that, silk's gradual decline weakened the economic power of Sufli, while many women lost their jobs again, unable to find new ones, as they were trained in something very specialized. The factory permanently closed in 1963. As it emerged from the research, the interweaving of sericulture and silk making with the female gender is approached by the Silk Museum right from the beginning, already in the sections on the history of silk. The museum presents domestic reeling and sericulture not only as technical processes, but as interconnected with women and as an integral part of their lives. Following the different ages of the silkworm workers, the labor of women workers is narrated. The exhibition approaches the above through the testimonies and narratives of the women presented in the audiovisual productions, accompanying texts and captions, which are not limited to a simple description of the process, but in relation to the women at home and in the factory, who are the protagonists in the visual material. Reference to the persons behind this process was omitted in the initial exhibition of 1990. In 2009 exhibition, the promotion of women's work is an obvious choice of the curators. Also, both the temporary exhibitions and the museum's activities accentuate the contribution of women from the overall message of the exhibition. For example, the latest temporary exhibition, Like Silk, describes the sericulture by Chinese women's perspective and how it is connected with their everyday life. At the household level, women's domestic work, introversion, was based on their position of protecting the household. The detailed work of cutting mulberry tree leaves in the early stages of the silkworm's life, linked to their physical formation and socially accepted virtues, as revealed by both the bibliographical survey and the interviews. Through a combination of primary, secondary, and additional material in the museum, it is presented to the visitor that intrusion of one gender into the other's business was only a case of extra help, while trade, extroversion was a purely male affair, with no mention of female involvement in it. Sericulture and silk production could be described more as work intertwined with female labor than as work of the female gender. They were linked to everyday life, and at the domestic industry level, were used to create the dowry, with silk being the most valuable element of it. In Europe, work before and after marriage was aimed at strengthening the family household, hitting the creation of work consciousness with an impact on the assertion of labor rights. Through the former workers' testimonies, visitors receive another comprehensive and general view of the working conditions in Divre. Tuberculosis, wages, accommodation within the workplace, child labor, hot water, an element that also activates them emotionally, because in the domestic level, workers speak with love about silk. Also, through the discussion with the workers, it became clear that many women do not want to talk about their life in the factory, and that this is why they have not given any interviews so far. They do not want to remember, and silence is a way of erasing the past. Some have not embellished the most of difficult circumstances despite the passage of so many years. However, their love for silk is evident, and even today they continue to produce silk cocoons in their homes. A visit to the village is enough to see that even if it is not longer the silk center that it used to be, silk, it is still a prominent feature. So, after all, who is really the worker? Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you for this exciting presentation. You have so interesting source materials to use. So, do we have any quick questions? I just check the chat. No, I cannot see any questions. Yes, I think we can move on because we have a lot of time. And any questions you can post in the chat because I will do that. And now I announce our next speaker. Our next topic is Iceland, and we will listen to Ásdís Jónsdóttir from the University of Iceland, who will tell us about the Icelandic famous sweaters. Lopapeysa, I hope I pronounced it in the correct way. Rosie, the floor is yours. And yes, we can see the presentation in program mode.
Is it okay now? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well, but the presentation is still in PowerPoint mode.
Okay.
I mean, it's not the full screen version. I think the problem is the same than in the last presenter.
You don't see it, or?
We can see it, but only as a program file.
Yeah, we
like
see it, but it's not in slide in
slide mode. Yes,
slideshow mode. It's showing.
Is it okay?
Now we can. Yes, now it's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very pleased to be with you in this conference. Thank you for all your presentation. Is quite a lot historic. But yesterday I couldn't be with you because I was teaching design history all day. But now I'm here. And my name is, as I said, Ásdís Jónsdóttir, and I'm a lecturer in textile design at the University of Iceland. Also the education part. I'm teaching those who are being a textile teacher in the primary school and yeah. So my presentation is called Icelandic Lopapeysa, a protected designation of origin. Here you can see a picture of my book. I come to that further about the Icelandic Lopapeysa. See? The Icelandic Lopapeysa is now registered as a protected designation of origin by Icelandic authorities. The Hand Knitting Association of Iceland was the applicant, along with other vendors all around the country. And the application was based on the academic writings of me, also Ásdís. And I had studied the origin, history, and design of the Icelandic Lopapeysa from 2014 to 2017. And I have also read about the Icelandic fashion design before. Then I had some with me in this research. But this is a peer-reviewed publication from 2017, and I supervised the application process and was also the spokesperson for the applicants. The result of the application is a vital step for all knitters and designers and producers of the Icelandic Lopapeysa. The Icelandic Lopapeysa is seamless and made from unspun or spun Icelandic wool, also lopi, and most often in natural colors and knitted in the round with circular needles. The sweater has a band or pattern around the yoke and a section of the pattern repeated around the lower part of the sweater and the end of the sleeves. A short history. During the Danish trade monopoly, 1602 to 1787, knitted goods, including sweaters, were important export items. Even though the first figures for the export of the sweater is dated from 1743, sources indicate that sweater or shirts used as under, mid, or night shirts were being exported from 1724 and possibly from the 16th century. Fine knitted sweaters were exported until 1753. After 1724, the sweaters for workers got stockier and fast knitted and made of bulky twisted single strand, like lobby, while spun band is mentioned for other goods. Old sweaters were also knitted in the round with many straight needles. Stockier and fast knitted Icelandic lopapeysa has therefore apparently its origin further back in Iceland knitting heritage than previously thought. Knitting was not only a means of eking out a living, but also a profitable source of income, and everyone who was able to had to knit. This is one of the main reasons knitting has passed on from one generation to another in Iceland. And here you can see, I have to move you. Here we can see the export in socks, mittens, and sweaters. This is, you see, 1624, we were export socks for 72,231, and you can see 1764, it's 250,000. And then it's going lower in 88, it's 42,000. Mittens is the same, 1806, it's 280,000 mittens, and lower in the 8080. Sweater was not so many, but it could be half more because the Icelandic women were around the country were selling directly to the ship who came to the harbor. So it's you can say it is maybe a little bit more, but after the industrialization, they got lower. So Icelandic wool has a longer, coarser outer coat, it's called tog, and finer undercoat, thel, which gives firmness to the unspun strands. The quality of Icelandic wool in wet, cold, or warm weather is also more apparent when it is unspun. Unspun lopi in natural color is used to knit the classical Icelandic lopapeysa. Wool factories were established in Iceland towards the end of the 19th century. Mechanization of the wool industry created the machine-made lopi and formed the basis of the beginning and development of the sweater as a sales product. You have to think about it as a sale product. It has never been possible to machine knit sweaters from unspun lopi. Knitting from strands of unspun wool was unknown in the other countries at that time. Lopi is a very suitable for thick and fast hand knitting sweaters and has always been cheaper than spun band. During the Great Depressions, import restrictions were imposed. It was also the reason the Icelandic women used the unspun lopi more for the workers, farmers, and the fishermen. It is the design band that gives the Icelandic lopapeysa its greatest value. Patterns from the old Icelandic weaving and embroidery books were inspiration for the design bands, which are arranged in the same way as done in these pattern books and the old mittens. In the 1940s, the round circle is beginning to be more prominent, but the sleeves are sewn into the armhole like the fashion was at that time. Then it was made with raglan decreases. You can see it here in the sweaters. And later with decreases between the design bands and inside the pattern elements or mixture of both. The popularity of patterned lopi sweaters became evident when interest in sky and mountaineering increased and people had more free time for leisure activities. We can say that Icelandic lopapeysa is suitable for almost everyone and for all kinds of activities. From 1955, mostly 1960 to 62, the export of wool products increased by selling machine-knitted wool sweaters to the Soviet Union and hand-knitted lopi sweaters to the United States. Factors such as the thickness of unspun strands, lopi, the decreases and the fast knitting methods led to the development of the Icelandic lopapeysa as a commercial viability. In the year 1970, more than 2,000 women were knitting about 40,000 sweaters for about 20 exporters. The Icelandic women made it possible. They did not work outside the home, and knitting was a source of extra income. The women developed both varied patterns and a fast knitting techniques. The craftsmanship behind the sweater is unique because it is possible to knit a medium size at that time, you see. To knit a medium-sized lopi sweater with a yoke almost in one piece with loose and thick loops in about 10 to 15 hours of work. Today it is about 900 knitters around the Iceland, and it takes about 16 to 20 hours to knit one sweaters, and they are knitting about 30 to 35,000 sweaters for sale for 1 year. As you can see in this photo here, she is knitting one, and she has on the table, she has almost 2 or 3, and she is knitting very fast. Iceland became member of EFTA in 1970. In 1973, the wool industry had become the third largest industry in the country. In the beginning of the 80s, the big wool companies started their own design departments. The hand knitters were now knitting more to fulfill orders from retailers and making knitting recipes in pattern periodicals, but also for the tourist market as they still do today. After 1985, the big Icelandic wool companies faced economic problems and increased the operation in 1991, but the Let Lopi and everything, and Lopi, they still are doing that. But the hand knitting and the pattern survives in the hand of the knitters because they did it for hand, who had worked for the big companies, and also because of the newer edition of knitting recipes, old and new, in pattern books. The first book came 1994 about that. So the sweater has in recent years been a popular model for young Icelandic designers that have gained inspiration from the raw material, pattern, design, craftsmanship, and the image that the lopi sweater stands for. Today, the Icelandic lopapeysa is held in respect and regarded as a valuable part of Icelandic history and culture. So we come to the protected designation of origin. So now we can use this here logo. I want to talk about the reason how it came to the main rationale for protection. The main threats to the Icelandic lopapeysa in recent years have been imports of foreign imitation. Imitations have had a damaging effect on sales of hand-knitted sweaters that are made by knitters in Iceland. The Icelandic lopapeysa is linked to Icelandic culture, heritage, and knitting skills that can be traced back for centuries. Reference is made to the book I wrote. The Icelandic lopapeysa as a product is connected to the group of producers who have designed and developed in appearance and style since the 1940s. The protection is applied so that the consumer, referring to the consumer protection for the purpose of the law, can be sure that the sweater is hand-knitted in Iceland from Icelandic wool. It's also referring to the law. With a certified product name Icelandic lopapeysa, it is known that the sweater is designed and knitting in Iceland and that the wool is Icelandic. So the law and regulation, the Icelandic lopapeysa have passed all these requirements. A product name is a name used to identify a product. A common name is the name of the product that has become generic name for the product. A producer group is an association consisting of producer or processors working on the same product. Tradition has been carried out between generations, although for a minimum of 30 years. Condition for the protection of product name referring to the origin. A product name which refers to the origin may be gained protection on the basis of registration under this law if all of the following conditions are met. If the product origins is specific registration are placed on country. If the quality or characteristic of the product can be attributed substantially or entirely to local conditions, including natural and human factors, and if the production, processing, and preparation of the product take place in the defined territory. So those who have produced the sweaters aboard and sold them in Iceland came up with argument against that the Icelandic lopapeysa fulfilled the law and regulation. The quality and working rules for the quality requirements of the Icelandic lopapeysa from the quality commitments of producer groups was therefore one of the main reasons why the application was approved. These working rules are used to make a comparison between, they were used also to comparison between the Icelandic lopapeysa and sweaters that are produced aboard. And here is some examples, but they are more. How to knit the Icelandic lopapeysa. I'm not going through all these, we have no time, but you can read it if I just, so you see there are some working rules. You have to do that if you want to have this logo on the sweater. So it is as the law says. But I am going to show you here how the Icelandic lopapeysa look like and what is the, you see also here, there is a good balance at the proportions of the sweater's main color and patterns, the yoke and the lower part of the sweater and sleeves. It is important that the proportions are correct between the size. This also applies to the width and length and the number of in the patterns, the number of loops in the patterns. Whole, she can wear whole or with a zipper. Here you can see how the design bands flow well together, also with a zipper, and how the decreases fit well between the design band on the yoke. The finish under the arms shows no holes and there are no seams on the sweater. And if you see the wrong side of it, you can there you can see that the knitting density is the same on the body and sleeves. You can also see a good finish under the arms, hands, enough rays of motion and no holes. There are no seams on the sides or on the sleeves or the yoke. There are no knots in the band nor loose ends when finishing or band chains in the design bands. The sweater is knitting according to the work rules of the producer groups, so that the Icelandic lopapeysa can be regarded as quality requirements as valuable sales article. And then we did defects in sweaters that are produced abroad but sold as they were Icelandic lopapeysa. So you can see here, the band ends are not split, thinned, and fold. It is knotted. The sweater is not knitting in the round without stitches. The sweater is assembled. You can see the seam. And here you can see the joints of the design bands are visible. And here you can see in a pattern, the middle loop of the pattern in the design band does not meet correctly. And the band is not cut when it changing the color between the design band. So that was the reason why they said, yes, the Icelandic lopapeysa, handmade in Iceland, is what
Few
the
minutes left.
Yeah. So in March 2020, the name Icelandic lopapeysa was registered as a protected designation of origin by Icelandic authorities. And the main criteria for the sweaters to be Icelandic lopapeysa are following. The wool used in the Icelandic lopapeysa must be shared from Icelandic sheep. The wool used in the sweater must be new wool, not recycled. The sweater must be knitted with wool bands such as unspun Icelandic lopi. The wheels. The sweater must have a patterned yoke. The sweater must be hand knitted in Iceland. The sweater must be knitted in the round without stitches. And the sweater can be open or whole. And there is a short English version from my book. So, thank you for listening. So I am finished.
Thank you very much for this presentation. It's amazing how phenomenon has lived a long life and changed so much. And are you happy with the situation of Icelandic, how is it, this research? Are you happy with the situation at the moment?
Shall I stop share or?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Stop sharing. Are you happy with the situation of this sweater at the moment? Can you hear us?
What?
No, Mikael, you can ask the question.
Yeah, thank you, Ostis, for your presentation.
Yeah.
I have a question that I don't know if you can answer or not, but my research looks at a much earlier period, the medieval period, and in that period when they're exporting wool products, there was the ship owners would stay at the farms and there would be a direct relationship with like chieftains or bishops with the traders. And the money went to usually the male farm owner, which is different than this example, like today, where there's a direct, the hand knitter goes to the hand knit association, the money goes directly between them. But in the earlier period, especially when the Visterbund was on, when the farm laborers were more common, you said that everybody knitted this. So do you think that there's a situation where farm laborers were knitting socks and the money went to them, or the money went to the farm owner?
Yeah, they were selling for themselves, you know.
For themselves. Okay.
Yeah. So they didn't say to anyone that they were selling to the ships, the seamen who came from other countries, because they always need socks and mittens and everything, and sweater as well. But they were selling directly also. But you have right, they have to put the money to the owner of the yeah. But they did themselves also. But they didn't tell them
Okay.
as well.
Thank you.
One question from the chat. The numbers of exported socks and mittens in the 18th century are enormous. Do you know where they were exported to and what was their design? Could you directly do a
It's
publication?
mostly to the Danish, to Copenhagen, because we were under like the Danish, we didn't have self-defense for 1944. Then we are selling mostly to Copenhagen, and then they sell it to the England or Sweden, or so it was mostly like that. Yeah.
But do you know the design?
Design?
The pattern? Yes.
What do you mean? A little bit better?
Yeah, Jeva. I think Jeva means that how they were, how was the shape and the pattern?
It was almost like it is today.
Okay.
Yeah. But not tightly, but the arms were sewn into the armhole. They often also begin at the neck, but now they are always begin in the lower part of the sweater and up.
And which way is the right way, or correct way?
Yeah. Yeah.
Any more questions? And maybe you can check the chat and answer. There is one more question. Does it mean that vintage sweaters from the 1940s are not considered genuine? But maybe you can answer this question in the chat.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay.
And thank you very much. We can
thank you
move
also.
on.
Bye-bye.
I hope I didn't miss any questions. And our next speaker is coming from Open Air Museum, Latvian Open Air Museum, and Aija Jansone.
Share, yeah. Tagad vajag noņemt to most.
And she will speak about handicrafts in liturgical textiles.
Jā, kausiņu.
No. Okay. Hello. Hello from Latvia Open Air Museum. It is like that. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear. Hello.
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Excuse me. There are no slideshow view.
Yes. Can you maybe make the slides bigger? I mean, can you just put the slideshow on?
Es nesapratu, Anita, kas man jādara ir. Share.
Mēģina vēlreiz uzspiest to podziņu, kuru tev rādīja pirmī, to ikoniņu. Viņa nenostrādāja.
Šitā? Vai share?
Kārli, tu tur vēl esi?
Tādus aizgāja.
Neko darīt, jā.
Nu, jūs neredzat?
Paklau, lai paliek.
Jūs neredzat vai redzat?
Mēs redzam.
Labi, Ieva, saki to.
Mēs redzam, bet viņš nav pa pilnu ekrānu, bet nekas, lai paliek, galvenais ejam uz priekšu.
Bet tev pašai vajadzēs pārlikt vienu slaidu uz otru, viņš neies automātiski.
Tad es atvainojos, es tad saukšu atpakaļ Kārli.
Nē, viss ir kārtībā, ejam uz priekšu. Viss būs labi.
Bet man neiet uz priekšu ekrānu.
Tu pati varēsi pārlikt ar to, malā roku vienkārši uz slaidiem uzklikšķinot.
Nav, man to
Es piezvanīšu Kārlim, tu runā, ja?
Nu labi, jā. So, as you understand, I'm a head of ethnographical department at the museum, and my scientific interests is about the textile history and embroidery history. And today I have a presentation about the handicrafts in the liturgical textiles. The development of handicrafts, including embroidery, in the territory of Latvia over many centuries was influenced by geographical conditions, available raw materials, handicraft skills accumulated over the centuries, and understanding of beauty, as well as cultural influences from Europe. The research uses ethnographic material identified in scientific exhibitions to Latgale Catholic churches in 2012 till 2024 and in various Latvian museums, which allows us to trace the mutual influences and changes in textile, material, color, handicraft technique, and performance composition. It is known that until the 18th century, embroidery in Europe was mainly the privilege of the nobility. But in the 19th century, with the rapid development of industrialization, urbanization, and agriculture, many embroidery techniques, materials, and compositions through the city, manor, and church also reach the rural population. The connection of folk handicrafts with the church is that in the church, the congregation listened not only to the priest, the organ music and singing, but also gained aesthetic pleasure by working at the architecture, interior and liturgical textiles of the church, which were not only luxury and worthy of admiration, but also great carriers of information from which the needlewoman could learn the technique of execution, the combination of colors, and the composition of the ornament, thus participating in the improvement of the aesthetic taste of the people. Due to the great variety of the volume of the collected material, the report will examine only two types of colorful handicrafts. It's mean bead embroidery and cross-stitch embroidery. No, which one? No. Viņš aizgāja?
Tagad, kurš jums slaids vai?
Nē, nu pirmo, tagad man vajag to. Jā, tā. Un es ar šito braucu uz priekšu. Uz leju.
Uz leju, jā.
Jā, okay. Tā. Now, I want to show you some churches outside and inside in Latvia to look how nice it is. But our interest is embroidery. And now, bead embroidery in 19th century. Archaeologists have found textile decorated with glass beads in the territory of Latvia as early as 13th century. But the most preserved material is from the second half of the 18th century till the first half of the 19th century, especially the headdresses of maidens, the bead, wreaths, or crowns. Bead crowns can be divided can be divided into soft and hard crowns according to the way are made. Soft crowns are more typical of Vidzeme and Latgale, Vidzeme there and Latgale, but hard crowns are more typical of Kurzeme, date to the middle of the second half of the 19th century. Look at the right crown. In the first half of the 19th century, unmarried women in Kuldīga area wore a crown of pearls named Zarainis. Look this one. picture, with a decorative openwork ornament of glass straws attached to the crown. In the middle 19th century, with a change of clothing, pearl crowns fell out of use, but pearl bells for men's long skirts, coats, or fur coats came into use. The first examples of which were probably imported from Germany in the mid-19th century, but later, due to high demand, they were also made by local craftsmen. Pearl belts were expensive, so only the richest persons could afford them. For example, the Kuldīga Museum can boast a relatively rich collection of azure belts, including six belts embroidered with glass beads, 4 belts embroidered with color wool threads in cross-stitch, and 1 belt knitted with beads. The width of the belts varies from 4 till 10 centimeters. The length depends on the wearer's waist circumference, 76 till 150 centimeters. The decorative part of the belt was embroidered on canvas fabric with floral or plant motifs, colored glass beads of woolen yarns, which the tanner incorporated sewn into the leather strap. By the mid of 19th century, shirt collars embroidered with beads were found in Kuldīga settlement. Now I show you some examples of this. At the time, as men's belts and Kuldīga shirt collars embroidered with pearls, in this time also beads embroidery enter in church textiles. In church with pearls decorated ornate stalls, bell bands, edges of catafalques, etc. The composition, there you can see one ornate embroidered with pearls. The composition of these textiles is influenced by the Berlin woolworks. Mostly romantic floral compositions were made with beads. If for some reason beads were not available, the belts were embroidered with bead stitch or cross stitch. Bead stitch, it's mean a half of the cross stitch. And now I want to show you some pieces from liturgical textile tiles. It is a stole embroidered with pearls. The next also is the stole embroidered with pearls. And this is very huge, big embroidery on the velvet, black velvet with white pearls, and with the sewn text in Polish language, Lord have mercy on us. Very nice, huge embroidery. And of course, with pearls embroidered the church bell ribbon, and in different ways. Yes, very nice embroideries. Cross stitch embroidery. Cross stitch is a decorative embroidery stitch that consists of 2 diagonally crossed stitches of equal length. When embroidering in cross stitch, it is important that the warp and weft of the fabric are the same. A square is formed. All stitches on the surface go in one direction. Cross stitches must cover the base of the embroidered fabric. Accordingly, a thread of the appropriate thickness was needed. When embroidering a large area, first all stitches are sewn in one direction, then in other direction. Cross stitches, entered Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries from the eastern coast of the Mediterranean. At first, it became popular in France, England, and Germany, and later spread throughout Europe. The first cross-stitch embroideries in Latvia appeared around the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century. At a time when special handicraft literature and embroidered sources were not available, women embroidered the so-called character. Now you see one of them. The embroidery of character stitches was an important material training through which the young embroiderers understood the importance of the correct coarseness of fabric and threads, the suitability of the material, and learn how to shape the pattern in the appropriate proportions. In the picture, you can see one such embroidery example date with 1935. The introduction of cross-stitch in the territory of Latvia is also evidenced by the embroidery of the upholstered parts of manor furniture. There you can see the one example from the Zlakas, and well, the peasants this chair I found in Zlakas church, and I think that many of peasants could see this chair and look at its adornment. Of course, with the cross-stitch in the same district of Latvia, Kuldiga, at the first of the 19th century, we can find cross stitches also on the colors of the T-shirts, and there you see two versions of them. The second period of the spread of cross-stitch in Latvia is associated with the so-called Berlin woolwork and dates back to the last third of the 19th century, which consider with the time, there you see one Krustpils type shawl embroidered also with cross-stitch. And there you can see cross-stitch embroidered the men's belt. Moment. Date back to the last third of the 19th century, which coincides with the time when European printed needlebook literature was spread in the territory in Latvia, and the newly established network of needlework stores offer a rich supply of the needlework materials, including wool, silk, and cotton threads of the various colors, with which fashionable floral compositions could be embroidered. The most popular embroidery motifs we see in the decoration of urban and rural living spaces, cross-stitch embroidered decorative cushions, wall quilts, etc. But in churches, in the embroidery of ornate stalls, bell bands, and pillows. There we see one of the belts in the Berlin wool style embroidered. This is church bell, the same type of embroidery and the same type of composition. It is another church bell ribbon embroidered with cross stitches. And there you can see one stole embroidered with cross stitches in the Berlin wool work style. But very nice and rich embroideries with cross stitch we can find in ornate embroidery. There you can see the right side and this back side. There you can see the nearer this embroidery. And as you see, the embroidery is not always connected with liturgical thematic. They are very nice flowers, realistic, and very interesting compositions.
A few minutes left.
Yes. I go. Yeah. So the most although there is an opinion that peasants learn a lot from the church, the handicraft techniques in question have been found in Latvia for a long time before. Embroidery with beads has been found in the territory of Latvia in the 13th century in archaeological material and in the second half of the 19th century in the ethnographic material. Cross-stitches embroidery in the territory of Latvia enters in two stages at the turn of the 18th century, 19th centuries, and in the 1860s. The material collected in the churches allows us to conclude that Catholic churches were always very contemporary, even modern, in their decoration, which is why we see a lot of new handicraft techniques and compositions in liturgical textiles. The handicrafts made in Catholic churches and peasant homes in the territory of Latvia in the second half of the 19th century show great similarity, which coincides with the popularity of Berlin woolwork in Europe. In conclusion, I would like to say that the history of the Latvian folk handicrafts cannot be written without the study of liturgical handicrafts, but the research into liturgical textiles is only in the early stage. To date, the significant source database has been created. Liturgical textiles have been identified in the 77 Latgale and 23rd Celia Catholic churches, which await its evolution. Thank you.
And thank you for this very visual and beautiful presentation. Any questions? Yes, Megan is. Okay.
That's good. We got this.
No question?
Yes, and I want to say that in a museum, in Latvia Open Air Museum, we created very nice collection of these liturgical textiles. And when you are in Latvia, in Riga, please, if you're interested in these embroideries, please come and visit our museum.
Thank you. We have 3 minutes left. If there are no questions for the last presenter, maybe somebody else would like to ask something from other presenters in this session. If not, I think we can leave to a break because the last break was really short. And we must be back at 2 o'clock according to the Eastern European time zone. Thank you all the presenters again. It was a wonderful session and I was honored to share.
Variations emerged. However, the Balkan Wars and the socio-political and industry changes of the early 20th century triggered a gradual decline, leading to the widespread abandonment of traditional attire by the mid-20th century. When we examine each element individually, like we did with my colleague with the koshula, we see the cohesion of the elements and how they formed and changed over a period of time. On the other hand, we see the skills of craftsmanship, techniques, and the conception of artistic compositions which result in a variety of diverse aesthetic forms. The research and presentation of each clothing element individually reveals the meaning, origin, and tracing the chronological development of the full costume. In Macedonian full costume, the basic clothing element in both women and men's attire is the shirt. The shirt, by its shape and structure, determines the concept for building the costume as a whole. The layout of the embroidery on the shirt is placed on the parts that are visible and not covered by other clothing elements. At its peak, Macedonia had around 70 distinct regional costume types. These differences were influenced by the surrounding environment, so lowland areas favored lighter, simpler fabrics, while mountainous regions developed heavier layered attire suited for harsher winters. But beyond practical adaptation, full costumes were also a visual language per se, signalizing the wearer's age, martial status, social standing, and maybe, if we dare to say, even their emotional state. Wearing full costume was not just an individual act, it was a communal experience. The way a person dressed, the colors and motifs they wore, and the embroidery that adorned their garments all tied them to a shared cultural narrative. Traditional clothing in Macedonia carried powerful significance, marking major life events even from the moment of birth. A newborn's first contact with the koshula or shirt was baptism, traditionally performed within 6 weeks of birth or maybe later on. The godfather gifted white fabric, which was used to sew the child's first shirt or koshula. After the baptism, the baby was wrapped in the father's shirt, a symbolic act representing integration into the family and into the community as whole. There was also a belief that some mythical creatures, that in Macedonia they're called narachnici, that they visit the baby girl on the third night when she was born, and they place embroidery next to her bed where she is sleeping so that she would be a skilled embroiderer. From a young age, girls were introduced to embroidery as a fundamental skill that determined their reputation, desirability, and social standing. Learning embroidery was a long process, full of various beliefs and superstitions. Young girls started to learn how to do this craft on shirts at the age of 7. The first stitches were made on auspicious days, so Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, while the other days of the week were seen as hard days or days filled with bad luck. They would also start their first embroidery, the first stitches on a full moon, so the job would be full, that is, the job would be complete. The learning process of embroidery was done mostly within a bigger group, and in the morning when the young girl would go, let's say, to her class, she would turn to the sun and say, "God, please help me and make me do today's embroidery quite easily." Because embroidery asks for precision, there were practices that prevented sweaty hands, such beliefs that touching an iron gate at church would provide steadiness, or passing a snake's tail through their hands would provide them handiness. In some regions, it was believed that a newborn girl should be nursed by a skilled embroiderer to inherit her talent. For each embroidery technique and which part of the shirt is stitched on and which stitches are used, there is a large number of terminological expressions that are difficult to understand today because they are already archaisms that are no longer used in everyday language and would be quite difficult to translate them in English. Embroidery, as we said, can be an initiation into womanhood. This collective handicraft activity was practiced in specially made objects in specially selected places. And we'll just point one example, which is on the picture here on the left. It's called kutyarica, or also a girl's house, which is an object or a hut constructed of trees and covered with straw, which existed in the and these objects existed in the period of between the two world wars. In these houses, there was a majstorica in Macedonia, and that is a master in embroidery, a woman who had to function like a head teacher in these houses. From adolescence to marriage, clothing became an indicator of maturity and social status. The embroidered shirt was central to this transition. For young men, their stages of social transformations were reflected at their attire. So we have three phases: samomčuvanje, or becoming a young man, zrel ergen, or mature bachelor, and svršenik, or fiancé. This was marked by distinctive festive clothing, signalizing his engagement, especially by their shirt, which you'll see in the next slide. And for young women, similar stages were recognized. So zamomuvanje, coming of age, moma, girl ready to be wed, or svršenica, fiancé, also marked by some more elaborate embroidered garments, signalizing her new role. So in both women and men attire, the engagement and wedding shirt were with most significance compared to the other previous phases. The first phase started at the age of 14 and ended at 25, let's say, with an engagement or with the wedding. At village celebrations, especially on Eastern, young men showcased their embroidered shirts. Well, some shirts were embroidered, some not. Depends on the region in Macedonia. And while dancing the oro, as you can see in the picture, they were competing with other fiancés or boys, men, to make the fabric below flow more dramatically. For young women, embroidery on the shirt was, in a way, a visual resume. A beautiful embroidered shirt signaled skill, patience, and suitability as a wife, while poorly made embroidery could lead to social ridicule. A woman who didn't have embroidered her own wedding shirt was seen as lazy and therefore not ready or wanted for marriage, which led to her being made fun of. The final result of the girl's entire embroidery activity and learning is her bridal shirt, which completes her entire bridal attire. In fact, it is the result of the girl's whole process. From her childhood through her maidenhood, she affirmed herself, completing her schooling preparation. Depending on the economic situation, each girl had at least 5 and maximum of 29 differently embroidered shirts in her attire intended for different occasions and gatherings. We said that marriage was one of the most significant life transitions marked by special embroidered garments. So the nevestinska košula, or the bridal shirt, was made by the bride herself, showcasing her skill. And after the wedding, this shirt was carefully preserved, sometimes set aside for burial, never to be worn again. A bride also had the duty of gifting shirts to her new family, symbolizing her integration into the husband's household. Once married, a woman's clothing changed. So the picture here on the right. The bright, youthful embroidery of her girlhood was replaced by more subdued patterns, reflecting her new role. Some married women wore the Djavolska košula, or translated in English is the devil's shirt, which is a festive garment featuring circular embroidery, a powerful symbol of fertility and energy. This shirt was banned to wear in the churches. These circular motifs are on the bottom of the shirt and should not be taken the same as the circular motifs on the sleeves, which we'll talk about more soon. As women aged, their clothing became simpler. Ornamental embroidery was reduced and colors darkened to reflect a transition into old age. In some regions, middle-aged women wore the Gravena košula, or this košula here on the slide, which is a shirt marking their transition to a more reserved and mature status. A woman who began wearing a dark red headscarf and a shirt with dark red embroidery was considered to have entered old age. These transformations reflected the deep belief of the community that every life stage should be visually marked to their attire. The košula, in some regions, accompanied individuals even in death, reinforcing beliefs that about continuity between life and the afterworld. We mentioned that the Nevestinska košula, or the wedding shirt, was kept for burial. It was believed that husbands and wives can recognize each other in the afterlife by their wedding shirts. If a girl had a zavezok in her shirt, like this picture here on the left, so zavezok is an example, or rather a sample, of what the embroidery should look like as a kind of a reminder to the embroiderer, and was hidden on the shirt not to be seen easily. And it was believed if the shirt had this zavezok, a girl can finish it in the afterlife, finish doing the embroidery. For the mourning period, in some regions, women would dye their festive or wedding shirts in darker color, which I would like to add that it kind of has an ecological state of mind. So instead of a new shirt, they found a way to reuse the ones they already have, most likely for saving materials and times, but maybe even to say that the color of their life from now on has forever darkened. In other regions, the sleeves of women's shirts, like here on the right, which were usually worn rolled up, so for everyday activities and for festive gatherings, during the mourning period, they would roll the sleeves down. Embroidery patterns also carried a deep symbolic meaning. We'll just mention the most common one found in Macedonia. So vine motif, or loza, called in Macedonia, is it represents vitality and fertility. And if the embroidery has 3 vines, that means that the girl is young and not ready to be wed. But if it has 9 vines, like here in the picture, it means that the woman is ready for marriage. Also, circular motifs on the sleeves that we mentioned, they are associated with female energy and fertility, and they are often called in the Macedonian language sun or sonce, and some other also archaic words about it. Red was the dominant color in wedding shirts, again symbolizing life force, fertility, and protection. However, over time, economic and political changes led to the introduction of simpler colors like black, green, and blue. After an uprising in Macedonia, when many young men had died, women wore shirts with dominant black embroidery, and they were much simpler. Some ethnologists and anthropologists would say that this was due to grief, but also during that time, the organization that led the uprising motivated and ordered for the full costumes to be simpler, and the money that would be saved from making it rich or elaborate to go to the organization to buy weapons. So as a form of conclusion, we would like to say that the Macedonian folk shirt marked every major life transitions, from birth through childhood, marriage, old age, and death. Women were the creators of these textiles and the ones who knew the craft, ensuring that cultural memory and artistic traditions were passed down. as noted by Józef Obremski, who is a Polish ethnologist who did fieldwork in Macedonia in the early 20th century. He said that despite Macedonia's patriarchal society, ritual traditions were entrusted primarily to women, making them the keepers of heritage. Even though we today anthropologists take the term patriarchal with reserve, I will not go into much discussion with that. But yeah, though folk costumes are no longer worn today, their legacy endures in museums, festivals, and even as inspiration to designers, which is something my colleague, who is also my mom, has worked for in the past 10 years with the project called My Inspiration. So she talks with designers and sees how they can make the folk heritage, the folk costumes be maybe fashionable today. Also, she has workshops teaching high schoolers how to do this craft, which are primarily found on the shirt. We hope we brought up some interest in you, and if you're not really into arts and crafts, maybe you can rearrange your food inspired by the motifs from the costumes. Big thanks. This is our emails. If anyone wants to contact us more, or if someone prefers LinkedIn, they can find me there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was lovely. Do we have any more questions here from the audience? Because I have a couple, and probably I would like other people to ask if they have questions as well. But okay, think about them. And what I would like to ask you, there were several things that I thought were interesting to me. One of them was you mentioned that the terminology was very archaic.
Yeah.
So what is happening now when you use it in your research and when you have to translate it, for example, to English? How do you cope with this archaic terminology? I find it very resonating with the Latvian situation, as our traditional textiles and clothing, they also contain quite a lot of archaic terminology, and now we struggle with that to translate it to English in a proper way also.
Yeah, so in the first draft of the presentations, we had the archaic terms, but I was like, no one's gonna understand this, and it will be so difficult just to add sentences and sentences of describing just one word, what it means. But yeah, some words I don't even know. I tried to look up to the etymology and like dividing the word pieces by pieces, because sometimes one word is just like a collection of many meanings. And I just usually want to avoid maybe to English speakers. That is my preference, because I think it will be just confusing. And in Macedonian, usually the ethnologists just put them in brackets, like other terminological uses of that motif or embroidery, and just put it. There were no explanation, which is a pity, because some of those ethnologists were doing fieldwork when many of the women who did the shirts were alive, and they maybe didn't ask, okay, what does this word really mean? So yeah, it is a struggle, but also we want to believe that those terms are a big part of the heritage and should not be forgotten, and maybe we should find a way of how to promote them and preserve them, and find them maybe in even a new meaning in our today contexts.
Mm. Okay, thank you so much. Well, I was also wondering, where do all these stories come from, which you were telling? Like, are they from some anthropological research or ethnographic records? How long time ago did this tradition end? And do you still have people who experienced it, to whom you can talk to?
No, today is really difficult to do field work and get stories like this. I once did field work where my focus was the folk costume as a whole, and they didn't know anything, like the community. I was asking like, oh, what does this mean? Because I already knew, but I wanted to affirm that with maybe other people, and they didn't know. So we use a lot of archive research. So researchers who were here in Macedonia, foreigners. Like I said, Josef Obremski is a great research, but also during the 90s, our professors from the Institute did a thorough research, and they managed to gather these informations. And during the 60s, 70s, 80s, there were these questionnaires that were given to the common people, and they would go to regions, and these questionnaires were themed. So they were about birth, beliefs around birth, and beliefs around headscarves, and so on and so on. And so many of those questionnaires are now in Croatia, but our professor, Ljubšo Ristovski, has managed to get a copy of them, and they are now published in atlases, and we use them also as a research where we can check something.
And the institute, in Institute of Folklore of Macedonia have a lot of
yeah, this is my co-author, co-presenter. Yeah, the Institute of Macedonia is also an old institute that has many materials also, but that managed to do field work and preserve some field notes.
So they are from the 20th century, 60s to 80s, yeah?
The field work, yes, but the stories are believed to be from the 19th century and so on. We can't really determine from when it is, but yeah. From the Institute of Folklore, there are records of the 19th century, so maybe we can say that from late 19th century. So maybe we can say that some beliefs are from earlier because they are passed on from generation to generation.
And when did exactly this wearing of these costumes ended?
Well, it's hard to pinpoint, but I think with the coming of modern fashion, so alla franca, alla turca, maybe from the Second World War, around that time, because with the Industry Revolution, even the folk costumes were not really handmade. They were like mechanical made, and it was largely left first from the cities, from the towns, and then gradually from the villages. And some ethnic communities in Macedonia, like the Vlachs, they even left their folk costume quite earlier, and even they wore alla franca dresses, like modern European dresses, in their rural communities in a village.
Thank you. All right, I see that we have used up our time by discussing this.
Thank you for the questions. Hope I was helpful.
Yeah, it's very interesting to compare to our situation. Yeah.
We can chat up later on.
Yes, and I hope nobody else wanted to ask anything because I used all the time myself. But anyways, we have to move forward to the next speaker, and that is Daina Lace from Art Academy of Latvia, Institute of Art History. And she is going to present on embroidered shirts from Nica parish materials and their analysis in the last 100 years. So Daina, please, the floor is yours. Yes, everything is fine. And if you are saying something, we don't hear you. Hello, Daina? Ja prezentācija ir pilnā ekrānā, tad nevar uzlikt skaņu, tāpēc skaņu jāuzliek pirms tam, tad var dalīties ar prezentāciju pēc tam.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Nica is the popular area on ethnographic region in the southwest of Latvia. As stated, oops. I cannot go weiter. Sorry. As stated in the publication, the Nica region is characterized by orange-red skirts, white coat, and shirts with black and white thread embroidery. The research was initially envisaged as a case study to identify all the historical shirts of the Nica folk costume, with aim to evaluate the shirts today as a part of the folk costume and to understand how the historical region is represented today. In the initial year of the project, an examination of the museum collections was conducted. This analysis revealed the presence of 42 shirts samples belonging to the Nica folks costume in the museum repository. The findings indicated that Nica shirts exhibit a diversity of their decorative techniques and color palette, extending beyond the conventional black and white embroidery. The subsequent phase involved an examination of the preserved Nica shirts in the Liepāja City Museum depositories, which houses the second largest collection of Nica folk costume shirts, comprising 33 items. A meticulous analysis of the collection in the Liepāja City Museum unveiled that certain shirts embellishment techniques are preferred and utilized with greater frequency. The analysis of the collections provided further evidence to support the hypothesis, as evidenced by the samples obtained from the Latvian National Museum of History. That Nica shirts can be categorized into multiple typological groups. Subsequent to the thorough examination of the historical shirts of the Nica folk costume in museums in Riga and Liepāja, the shirts from the depositories in Nica and Otranti were also revisited. Nica folks costumes were also found to be a part of the private collections. Consequently, the database currently contains 150 items of Nica folk costume, each characterized by unique composition of decorative elements. It is notable that no two items are identical. An analysis of 150 Nica shirts has enabled to identification of typical characteristics of shirts from this region. These include the cut, materials used, proportions, on the most frequently applied embroidery techniques, pattern and ornaments. The shirt has tunic-like cut with high spread collar and cuffs. The lower part of the shirt features a 60 centimeter high patch of coarser and heavier fabrics, which was probably utilized as an underskirt in the past. The examination of shirts demonstrates that 3 different types of linen were often used for the single shirt. The roughest linen was used for the insertion, the finest for the decorative details, the shoulder boards and collar, while the cuff were mostly made of the same materials as the shirt itself. The examined shirts reveal some basic technical principles of characteristic Tunica shirts. The front slit of the shirt is traditionally about 30 centimeters long, and 3 linen buttons are used for the closure. 2 are placed near to the collar, while the 3rd button is always sewn in the middle of the slit at approximately 50 centimeters. Another particular feature of the Nica shirt is that width of collar on cuffs is 6 centimeters. This image demonstrates the characteristic proportions of collar embroidery on the materials used. The embroidery typically spans half of the collar width, employing black and white threads or exclusively white threads. The image herein illustrates a pattern for collars that has gained wide popularity in its decorative applications. Of particular note is the edging of the collar, which is characterized by the rows of loops or its grouping, resulting in the formation of the small triangles known as austiņas in Latvian. This slide presents a series and intricately embroidered cuffs in black and white thread. However, it is noteworthy that majority of cuffs feature minimal embroidery, such as 6 stitched lines arranged in the 3 bands of 2 lines. This minimal embellishment suggests that the cuffs and shirts were typically sewn by wives and maids, while the collar and shoulder boards embroidery were made separately. And next slide illustrates favored floral pattern, which is repeated multiple times with minimal variations. The first shoulder board from right side demonstrates that this motif was used not only in the embroidery, but also in viewing techniques. And 3 additional examples are made using viewing techniques, and the composition of the shirt shoulder boards, their basic structure remains unchanged. The vertical lines with black patterns separate with vertical stripes. The presence of few more examples confirms that both embroidery and viewing techniques were equally popular in the creation of the decorative shirt shoulder boards. The parish Nica is noteworthy for its preservation of the national costume as formal and Sunday attire into the late 19th century, a practice that was becoming increasingly rare by the end of the 19th century. This assertion is substantiated by historical photographs from the museum depositories. This resurgence of interest in national costumes among artists and researchers is traditional culture coincided with rise of national self-awareness. The Riga Latvian society played a pivotal role in this cultural awakening, organizing expeditions to various parishes with aim to gathering materials for the ethnographic exhibition. A notable example of this endeavor is the visit of Jānis Krēsliņš to Nica in December 1894, where he meticulously documented the local costumes through the both drawing and photography. 10 years later, the graphic artist Richard Zariņš created a drawing of a scene showing the Latvian national clothing, as noted in the caption. The artist used information and materials collected by both himself and his colleagues. 6 years later, Richard Zariņš carried out the commission, and in St. Petersburg he purchased 5 Nica shirts for the Ethnographic Museum. The samples shown here, with 2 large decorative elements, broaden the horizons of understanding of the variety of decorative compositions of Nica shirt shoulder boards. And here the slide show shirt of Nica national costume from the private collections. This is still worn in the Nica in the 21st century. And next to it is shoulder board for board sample from the St. Petersburg Museum. This enabled us to conclude that the samples donated to the museum by Richard Zariņš are still found in the ethnographic region. The monument board was established in the early 1920s by the Ministry of Education of Latvia. The primary duty of this organization was identify cultural heritage. In 1924, the monumental board embarked on its inaugural expedition to Nica, during which architectural and artistic monuments, along with its ethnographic artifacts and national costumes, were meticulously documented and rendered through the medium of drawing. This task undertaken by students of the University of Latvia. The archival materials of the monumental board reveal that the total of 24 samples of ethnographic shirt patterns were documented in Nica. 11 of these exhibited embroidery or weaving in with white threads and unbleached linen. Thus provide supplementary information regarding the coloration of materials utilized in the creation of decorative elements of the Nica national costume. The following 2 samples depict shoulder boards for shirts of the Nica national costume. The uniform covering patterns is woven on unbleached linen using white threads. However, we are also aware of the existence of another compositional solution. And in the next slide, we observe shoulder boards with sequential repetition of two decorative elements. These samples give rise to the following research question. Could the decorative shoulder boards of the shirts have been industrially produced, sold by the matter, if not mistaken? At the present time, a definitive response remains elusive. Nevertheless, there is extant inform pertaining to the existence of diminutive hand looms on which decorative shirt shoulder boards were woven in Nica parish. Two notable elements: an all-round covering pattern alternates with decorative elements which repeat, and two notable decorative elements. These decorative compositions of shirt shoulder boards are executed with white threads on an unbleached linen base. A comprehension of materials from the Latvian National Museum of History and the Liepāja City Museum revealed that Jānis Sudmalis, an artist, crafts school teacher, and longtime museum director of Liepāja City, had once redrawn and sent shirt patterns to the Riga Museum. On particular note, it is pattern of cuff, as it is only known example where cuffs were also woven. Analyzing the materials from the 1924 expedition of the Monumental Board, a separate group of shirts of Nica national costume with red thread embroidery was identified. A significant element here is the pattern of the collar edge. On the right side of the slide, two color samples from the collection of Mr. Lilozols, a teacher and local historian of Nica parish, are displayed. And it is noteworthy that shirts with red thread embroidery are highly uncommon, with which no more 5 such shirts remaining extant to the present day.
3 more minutes.
Thank you. And next, analyzing materials from the Latvian National Museum of History and Liepāja City Museum, however, has revealed another interesting phenomenon. It was found that a single monumental pattern of the shoulder board for this shirt can be used on white, black, or gray backgrounds. Furthermore, that repeated use on free combination of some popular monumental elements was also detected. Often, the originality and uniqueness of specific work can be seen placing shared details with one expressive element next to each other. One such example is the decorative vase with coronation, which can be duplicated and complemented by geometric compositions or combined with stylized lily flowers. However, it is possible to derive a unified composition out of the specific motif, creating a new grade of stylization. Looking at the decorative stripes of the edges of all 5 examples, we see that they are patterned differently in each individual case. And In conclusion, I would like to show you another slide with drawing from the Latvian National Museum of History, a shoulder board for the shirt, drawing by Jānis Sudmalis, Liepāja Museum director. On the shirt itself comes from depository of Liepāja City Museum. And the cuffs of the shirt are notably modest, with the characteristic placement of the button in the shirt closure on the fine white embroidery on the collar of the shirt, and the richly embroidered composition of the shoulder boards. These features are unique, with no analogues among the 150 other shirts of Nica national costume. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinah, for your presentation. Do we have any questions from the audience? Anette, please.
Thank you, Diana, for your presentation. I would like to ask, have you any information about some links between printed or handwritten patterns books and these patterns in these shirts?
This is the second part of my research. This is this would will ich research in future.
Thank you. It will be very interesting. I will wait for this.
Yeah.
And what time do these shirts come from? So is it the 19th century? Is it the beginning of the 20th century?
Mostly from 19th century.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do we have anybody else? So we have a question from Dilsat. Are all the shirts of this region embroidered in black and white, or there exist also colorfully embroidered? Like you mentioned, red is very, very rare, but any other colors?
No. White and black and red, and this is.
And that's it.
That's it.
Okay, yes. So thank you for these beautiful examples of Nita shirts, she writes. Yes, thank you very much. So if we do not, we do have a question on Facebook. Oh, but I already asked it. Yes, which time periods were these shirts worked? So it's the second half of the 19th century. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. If no one else has anything to ask, we are going to say thanks to Dinah and proceed with our last speaker of the day, which is Isabella Cascanelli, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, and she is going to talk about crafting sustainability, Umbria's hand knitting tradition. So please, Isabella, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? I guess so.
Yes, but you could speak a little bit louder if you can.
Microphone closer. Okay. Please confirm that you can hear me and you can see the screen.
We would like to hear you louder if you can.
I tested the microphone. What about this? I tested the microphone before.
It's better now. It's better now.
Okay, I'm going to try to keep it very close to my mouth. So in these 20 minutes, please interrupt me if you can understand that. Actually, I'm going to do this. That's better. did a test on the sound clear from my test. Can you please confirm that you can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
No. I did all the tests before. Can you please confirm if you can hear me now?
Well, we could hear you before.
And so I didn't hear anything. So I tried like this. I did the test, but somehow things didn't work accordingly to my test. So in this 20 minutes, I will take you around my region called Umbria, which is located in the exact center of Italy. And because of this, it's also called the heart of Italy. It is a medieval city on top of a hill with stone walls around, narrow streets, stone houses, and old churches. Because of the location, we not access to the seaside and no ports, and also because it was part of the church until the very last period. So here's the Vatican, and all of this central area was under the control of the church. This region remained untouched, and because there are a lot of hills, there is no flat land. So all the roads now have bridges and tunnels. This region remain not industrialized. There is no industry. And so it developed really late. And because of the combination of the region and my family, I've experienced as a life experience, some of the things described in these 2 days of conference. So basically, my grandparents, they lived to 100. They were born in the late 1800s. They had 10 children and live in a farm. Everything they made, it was within themselves. So I grew up in a family where everything was needed. Food, clothes was made by ourselves. And for me, that's normal. I made my dolls, I made my clothes. My mother made all the clothes I was wearing as a child. They made tablecloths, they made blankets. And so this is the situation where I grew up, which I thought was normal, and then later realized that it wasn't actually that normal for the time being. One of the entire region is formed by many small villages, each one on top of a hill, with its own special characteristic. The one that I'm be talking to you about it today is called Brasilia, and is known for the wool, for production of wool. Around this area, there are a lot of water springs. Therefore, a lot of animals were able to live like sheep and goats. And the production of meat, cheese, and wool was creating wealth for this area. This particular town is built attached to a big water spring called Capovana Spring. And the canals and the buildings were built in a situation to which every little house had this source of water. This water that goes downhill, it goes down speedy and strongly. And most of every house produced one step of the wool, starting from the shaving of the animal, the washing of the wool, the dyeing of the wool, and then the spinning of yarn and the manufacture of textile. The city today is an open sky museum. Everything is left untouched because with electricity, everybody moved away from the entire area. They went to flattened parts of Italy where there were jobs in the industry where machines were moved by electricity. Instead, in this town, everything was moved through the strength of water. So it was left untouched because people just dropped everything and left. Today, there are about 40 people living in this city. and every house is open. There is a lot of tourism, and you can still see the machine, the jacquard machine, to make a textile. There are smaller examples of knitting because knitting was being taken around by people, so you didn't need a machine. You just took the work, and everywhere you went, you did the work. So there are no machines. This area is also known for dyeing of the yarn because there is water, and because of all the plants that grow around. One particular one is called guado. It's a yellow flowers that goes by the Latin name Isatis tinctoria, which produces blue. It's a bit lighter than indigo blue. And when it's produced by hand, by machine, is then made into balls. These balls are called cucagna, and they were exported all over Europe. And cucagna today is still a synonym of wealth because people were making the money from selling this pigment. And only after the Portuguese started to open new route to the colony, then indigo switched this, the plant was switched to indigo. And this was just recently by young people going back to farming, replanted for pigment, because now natural dyes from local area are very much in fashion. During medieval time, this town called Perugia, which is the head of the city, the main city of the region, was famous and exported tablecloth in the dyeing color of natural and blue, and the blue was coming from this pigment. So the textile, the wool, and the pigment was a major source of earning, as in the early, about 1,000 years ago, this city of Perugia was very wealthy. The same river goes through another town, which is walking distance from the first one, just going down the hill. This town is called Pale. The name is the goddess name of a pre-Christian protector of sheep. So the whole region was based around, production with water and sheep. The town presents, it's a very small village, and it's got more mills than houses. Each house was producing paper because initially it was made by old cloth. One of these houses is this paper mill. The water comes from this, goes around, and then under here goes through, and goes inside the house, and it goes back and it runs around every house of the town. And this one is one of my latest purchase. I restructured, so it's completely restructured. That's how it was, and I want to make there a center for an meeting. I didn't wait for the house to be finished. I started about 2018 to do something that I was doing as a young person. I studied fashion design, and initially for me, making sweater was normal. I sold it in the early 90s to stores like Harrods in London and many others around the world. Then somehow I didn't appreciate it so much, and I didn't want to stay in my hometown. So I changed for 20 years. And then coming back, I realized how important that was, and now it was the synonymous of my region. So I started again a knitwear line because many people like me, some young, some a bit older, kept on doing this. So I stopped, but things never stopped. There are large groups of women that make this their job at home. Each one takes a home a piece. Every week they go to the main area, they take their work, they go back home so they can raise their kids and they can look after their elderly and take care of the family while they work. Some of these women were able to send kids to the university or restructure the house, so it wasn't just a hobby, it was a real job. I started creating blankets because I use one stitch. There is no four stitch. It's just one single straight stitch, and it's repetitive. So even people that are new to this can do this job. And oops, something happened. Do you still see the full screen?
We can see it enlarged now.
Something has happened. So I'm gonna have to stop sharing and share it again. So because I had that problem before and I don't know how to fix it, I'm going to show you the slide. Oh, that is me. Screen sharing has failed. Please try again later. Oops.
I think you just have to zoom out. You're at 200% zoom. So if you reduce your zoom.
I know I don't know how to do it. I know what happens. Zoom out. Yes, thank you. Okay, so we talked about the blankets and the city. And the other aspect of my work is to recreate fur with knitting. And I call this fake fur real because it's a fake fur, it's just made by yarn, but it creates 100% the fur without having to kill the animals. And as I was working, I realized that this is a concept that was used a long time ago. This is the Kaunakas from Mesopotamia, about 2400 BC. I've been studying this, and various sources think that this is one of the first form of clothing, but they use different versions, saying that these stripes are made of actual leather stitched together, and some other sources believe that these are just chunks of wool, of goat wool that's got very long hair, attached to the base. So either way, I found similarity with my way to recreate the fur with these stripes because it makes it very simple and very fast to do it. And realizing just a few years ago that there are many brands that are doing the same idea to recreate fur. And this has created this timeline from 2,000 years ago, actually 4,000 years ago to now, and we're still actually doing. Because I am not a researcher. My intention is to keep this tradition alive, not only to know about it, I want to keep it alive. And I teach fashion design and I teach hand knitting at the Art Academy of Perugia. And I show young designers how to do things by hand with the idea that they will continue this tradition also in the form of economy, because I still exchange my knittings with olive oil, with other people that do handwork. And this bypass the structure of the financial system and allowed people to exchange what they know how to do. I also want to keep this testimony that people can actually take the raw material and start to finish, make something their own, like they used to do it thousands of years ago. In this particular case, we have brands that are also in Italy. I would say the most famous one is called, show you, Brunello Cucinelli. It's based in one of the many villages of Umbria called Solomeo. Again, it's a medieval city on top of a hill. It's quoted in the stock exchange and it's a huge company. What is done is to recreate the entire city, first of all, is the factory. Everything is the company for cashmere. Inside this company, they have this, for example, is a theater. This is the garden. They also produce wine, olive oil, and the food that they serve during lunchtime at the factory. There is a lot of work by hand, and he also got a school of the jobs made by hand. So it's been a testimony of this old tradition that were kept in Umbria because the industrial age did not arrive here. So a lot of people kept on learning things by hand, and this is very much alive. These are some of the work that you can find on his website or on the internet. He has a line that is totally made by hand called Opera. And he has a team, many teams actually around Umbria. Each team might be made of 10 people, 10 ladies. They live by in the same area. Weekly, they do the jobs. And he has a, like a truck that goes by around the region weekly to pick up the work. Sometimes the work is finished. Sometimes it picks up the pieces like the sleeve and the front and the back, and then they assemble. And all of this is possible because it's reached with this work luxury market. Each one is above 2,000 euro retail price. And there is a market for this. Mostly cashmere, but some is also wool. The example of Brunello Cucinelli is not the first one in the region. There is another one before him in the early 1900s by a lady called Luisa Spagnoli. She became famous for having a factory of chocolate in the center of town, most famous one, Baci Perugina. And she was an animal lover. She had a lot of animals. And one day they gave her a present. It was a white rabbit, or bunny, I call it rabbit, I guess, with long hair. And she got this idea of producing the yarn with the bunny hair. So initially she started to test it using the lady that were producing chocolate. And because he had a lot of success, we're talking about between First World War and Second World War, in Italy, we couldn't get much material. Yes, we had the sheep and the wool, but our wool is not exactly soft. It's not like cashmere, it's not like alpaca. It's kind of scratchy, especially because the work they do today on wool, there was no superwash wool. So it was very scratchy, and to put it next to the skin, not so comfortable. So this was a more luxurious way to wear animal skin. And it became so successful that she opened a factory just for the yarn. Also, a lot of women at home, first they were having rabbits and they were selling back the hair. Then once the hair was transformed into a yarn, they were giving back the yarn and they were making also the finished product. So this was a way for people to get out of starvation.
Yeah, 2 more minutes.
Okay, between her, I have only 2 more slides. Between her and her husband, they built the Rabbit City. It's just next to the city center. And inside is the same idea of Brunello Cucinelli. There are sports facility, infantry place to keep the children, shops, leisure time, and the entire city of Perugia developed after this factory. So people were working in the factory by hand initially. There are still today people working for them at home or in the factory by hand. And also big brands, they are not located in Umbria. When it comes to knitwear, they are basing their facility in Umbria. This is a company in Tuscany, very famous. They do crochet in Umbria, knitwear. They attach beads by hand. I have few friends that work at home for Prada, and they just are sewing brands and beads and make embroidery. This is one of the many international brands, is Burberry, that most people know. The facility for knitwear is here. So these are my information, and my point here, after all the research I saw, my idea is also to carry forward this concept from the past, which created wealth for the people. and a slow production mode and working kind of his at home. And I want to take it forward for younger generations so they can value this and transform it the way they please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabella. Thank you. Your presentation wonderfully ended up in the 21st century and using the cultural heritage of all of us in the very modern way. So that was a wonderful end of
part of this team. Thank you very much.
Yes, yes. I also wanted to ask you, when you were talking about your village where everybody moved out, when was that?
When the electricity came, because those mills worked by water. So the mills were moved by the water passing through the mills. But then electricity in the early 19th century, the electricity made it possible for factory to move away from the water because electricity moved the machines. So the factory started to establish on a flat piece of land where you can build bigger places and reach it by truck more easily. It's done in those villages, because they're on top of a hill. You have all small places, so you have to move from one place to another. It takes a little bit to reach it with a truck if you have to start to, bringing stuff and take it away to ship it elsewhere. So they just moved where it was more comfortable. But there is a wave of younger generation going back in this area. It's been at least 10 years. COVID has emphasized this desire of young people to go back. They're starting to put back the guado to sell the pigments. There is a company called Wild Food Italy that they produce cheese. They have sheep, and they're making the clothes with the hair of their own sheep. So it's been there's been a lot of renaissance in this particular situation, which we hope is going to continue.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Does anyone else have a comment or a question regarding this presentation? I don't see anything in the comments or in the chat. So maybe we have to round it up. We are thankful for your presentation, and we have now come to the end of this conference. And as I said in the beginning of this session, I would like to ask, first of all, the team members of the organizing team, whether you have some kind of remarks and feedback. It would be nice to hear them. So Anette, Megan, and Lena.
Of course, I would like to thank you, Megan, for organizing it, and also Annette and Yeva, sorry, I meant Yeva. Thank you, Yeva, for organizing it. But of course, I would like to thank you, Annette and Megan, especially Megan, because the time difference, it's amazing.
Yes, we have to.
That you are working so well.
Yes, Megan had to start their days at 3 o'clock in the morning from Canada.
I also want to add the thanks to Rudolph for the behind the scenes hosting this and live streaming it for us. Much appreciation, and much appreciation to the University of Latvia for hosting this too.
It was my pleasure.
Thank you.
I can also add to that. Also, thanks to the audience too for coming here. We weren't sure how this would be received, I think, and I think we had an average of 170 to 100 viewers every day, so that's excellent for a first-time conference. Thank you, and thank you for all the questions and feedback from people.
I would like thanks to every who participated on this conference, both speakers and listeners, because it is very nice that we are so many.
Exactly. I feel the same, and I would like to thank all of you for being here, for the organizing team, for Rudolph's back behind the scenes, for the speakers, for wonderful presentations, for the audience, also those who were very eager and active in asking questions that made this a very good conference. So thank you all for that.